I feel like they have 4 stars and a star in-game leader. For me, it's how do you beat that?
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Let me ask you, because you've walked these stairs before, what is it like just before the grand final? Even if you're super prepared, even if you got all your ducks in a row, there has to be some trepidation, right?
I mean, your thoughts are going crazy. You have to calm down. You just have to think about the game, and everything begins at the beginning of the day. You cannot waste too much time on making tweets or thinking about storylines. All you have to do is just relax and just focus on the game. That's it.
Yeah, and go in with a clear head. Let me ask you then, who's going to prevail and have the clearest head? Who are your kind of DHL Finals MVP frontrunners for this match?
Ooh, I mean, obviously, this is Zaivu. He is so far ahead, but we got some runner-ups like Flamesy, Robs. They're not that far behind them in retrospect, but Zaivu would need to have a really bad game, and Robs or Flames to step up really hard for them to become the MVP, so the #1 pro.
Can I give you a counter argument?
Yeah.
Molodoy. The way he's been playing, right? On the stage together, that 1-2 with Fall, and the fact that he's doing better and better on stage, and that a lot of people say that he gives like the old type of Opper style, not the ones who are shackled by CS2 and their constrictions and the way he plays. How much of a difference is he going to have to make?
A lot of difference.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going up against players who know how to deal with Oppers like Simple, like Shiro. They've been against any type of Opper, but what Molodoy has is this unpredictability. He can shine in any situation that's been given to him, so what he's gonna do, he has to do a lot of stuff to make it work.
It is, but he's so fun to watch. I'm really excited for this grand final. Thank you, JL.
Thank you.
So much excitement going to be going down in our grand final in just under an hour's time. But I'm also very excited to officially announce that CS2 will indeed be part of the Esports Nations Cup. So let's give you a little bit more info on it. Of course, the top 96 CS nations based on VRS and FACEIT performance will have national qualifiers on FACEIT where single nation teams can compete to represent their nation. Those national teams then compete in 10 regional qualifiers, which narrow it down to 24 teams across regions, which will compete at the Esports World Cup, or Esports Nations Cup, sorry. Teams can only be from one nation and have a maximum of 3 players from each club. So we were set a task, which is, I'm not going to lie, harder for some than it is for others. So I'm looking at you, Dupree. We're going to be building a team based on our nationalities. You've obviously got Denmark. There were a million different possibilities for you to be going in this one.
10 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly like 10 years ago. We're struggling right here, right? So it wasn't like an easy job to put this team together, right? But I did want to try and get pieces where there's experience, but also want to get some of the new players, right? I want to create a team that can have, leg in both camps. And I had to be looking, obviously Astralis, that kind of makes sense, I have to pick some players from Astralis. And okay. I think the best players to pick from Astralis would be Yabi and Ster. I think that was like the 2 ones I got to. For my in-game leading role, I think that I wanted to go a little bit for the prospect. I got Chrisen out of Heroic, a guy that I think can actually turn into something really great. I needed some experience, and I needed an Opper. I had to get my old teammate Device. You're not surprised, right? And then the biggest one that people are probably thinking is that I'm going to be picking Blame F into my team. And you're probably thinking, well, Blame F is just, having a little bit of baity playstyle, but this guy can really shoot, right? And this is where it gets interesting because I have a whole new strategy because I want to be coaching this team, and my new approach to this team is that we're going to be playing, heads-up counter-strike. We want to be in your face. And you know who I'm going to be picking to have that spearhead, Janko? Do you have an idea who I'm going to put in that spearhead?
You're not going to put Blame F in it.
I will put Blame F as a spearhead because we need to change his way of seeing Counter-Strike. And that is my genius idea.
I think he might fall suddenly ill before the tournament in that case. But, Yeah, he would excel there, though. People play with less discipline. It's more puggy, and he can punish them more.
Yeah, I feel like he's not going to be a fan of that, or maybe you, Dupree, afterwards.
I made the decision.
Don't
Right?
say that you're coaching this team. I'm surprised you didn't put yourself in it.
You know, if I could go back in time, if there's one thing that I would really wanted to have in my career, that would be to actually represent Denmark. You know, I haven't really had that chance. You know, it's not really been accepted as an actual sport for a long time. You know, that's what I always wanted, wearing that Denmark jersey, go out and represent my country. Never had the opportunity. And then when I retire, then I actually sort of get the opportunity. I retired too early, apparently.
I remember you in Belgrade a long time ago doing a little bit of
different.
something, but those are different times.
Okay, Janko, your task was to assemble a Serbian squad. Who have you got?
My task was to find 5 players who are from Serbia. It's been a bit lacking in the talent department, in the talent pool, but we did our best. Obviously, Nexa is going to be there as the IGL, as that veteran presence. We need some of that. There's a couple of players, you know, that have been fighting through some of these international teams. Dragon is one of them. A lot of them have been on iNation previously, but Dragon is one of them. He's on Metasport right now, plying his trade. Vladan is another one, you know, who had a little bit of time standing in for some of these different teams at different times. Nemanja was maybe a bit of a controversial name, but on Zero Tenacity, they've been fighting for a long time to sort of break through. Couldn't quite make it. And then the last one,
You.
no. No, it's not that desperate, Freya. It's not that desperate, but it is pretty grim because the last one is we need an opera, and I went with a guy named Deutscher, who is this young prospect, but a bit of an attitude on him, you know. Need to whip him into shape, get some discipline going. And, that's why I have Emmy, my old teammate, as the coach as well, because who better to deal with a player who has an attitude than a guy who had to coach simple for a little while.
It actually doesn't look too bad. I actually...
You're surprised
in my honest opinion, when I heard that you had to pick a Serbian team, I was like, who are you even going to be picking? And then you mentioned Nexa. I actually forgot that he was from Serbia.
Still alive.
Would you have any chance going up against Team Denmark?
With Dupree as a coach and Blame F as the entry fragger, everyone has a chance.
Okay, maybe I raise you my dream British team. Obviously, we have to go with Messi, making a name for himself in Vitality, probably, or if not, definitely the best British player to ever touch Counter-Strike. Then I'm also going with a little man called Cypher. I'm still salty about the whole situation that surrounded his roster removal, so I'm going to give him a second chance in this incredible team, which then descends into Smuya, obviously on the AWP. I want to bring back those Smuya chants. I've also picked Thomas in there as well. Now he's very diverse in his roles. He's kind of done pretty much everything other than AWPing. I know he's kind of been in that in-game leader role, but I've actually decided to roll back the years and get Rattlesnake in-game lead. I think we should bring him out of retirement. That shows how long he hasn't played for.
How old
That's
is
the
this picture? Like 15 years?
I was looking up to this guy back in Salt. You know, it's been a long time.
I would love to get him out. He was a staple name. I don't know, man. Rattlesnake, if you're out there, please phone in, write in, get in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. And
Is Henry G the coach?
you know what? That's a perfect idea. I think he'd absolutely love that. One more chance of redemption for Henry G. Yeah, unfortunately, that's all I could really. That's all I could really offer from the British team. But of course, Messi will be gracing the stage in our grand final here in Kraków. So let's hear from Vitality and Apex.
Another grand final for Apex and for Vitality. Now, Apex, I heard you talking yesterday at the desk segment about kind of sacrifices that needs to be given by anyone around you, but by yourself to be at a level like this. But when you step into this arena and you see everyone here and you know that you've got the guys next to you, does it make it all worth it?
Of course. I mean, it's a chance to be here in the big tournament grand final in such a big crowd like that. For us, it's all about enjoyment first. But of course, at the end, you always want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've been on top for such a long time, how do you squeeze out the percentages? What does it come down to?
Well, I think that it comes down to like playing the game the way you will play a group stage. Like not thinking about like you can win the world event or whatever. It's all about thinking about the present, what we can do on each map. And I think, yeah, we have the experience now to play in this big final, to big tournament finals. We know how to deal with that, with our behavior, with the pressure, with everything. So it's all about that, and I think we get used to it.
In the map pool, of course, there is an improvement, I would say, because it's even wider now. You also played Ancient versus Aurora. Do you feel more comfortable going into a best-of-5 final than you did, let's say, 5 months ago?
Yeah, I think so. I think when we played against Freya in Chengdu, we were probably at the lowest we were in the past year in terms of level overall. I think we're better now. We have a better map pool overall. We try to improve on the map we were the weakest on, and playing good on the map we still play good on. So yeah, I think our map pool is ready. Of course, it's annoying that they remove our best map. They're scared of it. It's normal. Everyone is. So yeah, but it doesn't. It's still good for us. We still have a good map pool overall. So yeah, even though we will not have those two in this one, it's still fine.
When it comes to Robs, he had just joined last year. There was all the question marks. How is everything going to happen? Can you paint me a picture of how different he is and how much of a stalwart he has become for your victories?
But yeah, I think since he joined, it's 17 events and it's the 12th final. That's a good numbers, right? No, I think, yeah, I mean, Robin is the best at his role for a couple of years now. He has the work ethic. He is a big game player. He has everything needed like to win, to be honest. And it's just a pleasure for me. And it's so easy for me to play with such a player. No, yeah, of course, last year we didn't know how he will implement to this team. And now we see that he's a huge part of our success as well. So yeah, I'm proud to have him and hopefully for many more like that because it's pretty good to win. It's a pretty good enjoyment.
Final question, up against Fallen. When you look at your trajectories, we've got 17 years for you, 23 for Fallen. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You're probably going into this matchup with respect and reverence, but of course, that doesn't mean that you can't beat him today.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Fallen has been there for a bit longer than me. He's a bit older than me, and he was in the professional a bit younger than me as well. But yeah, we've been here for a long time together. We stay at the top the whole time we were players. We dropped down a bit, we came back. He said something yesterday or 2 days ago that CS is his priority for the last more than 20 years. And if you want to stay that long in the game like us, that's the only thing you can do is having CS as your first priority when you have these young guys just running behind and trying their best to become pros as well. So I think we have the same love for the game, we have the same patience. But yeah, we don't know who's going to win today, but it's a fun final of Grandpas.
It absolutely is. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
You know him as Ykinder. I'm going to call him Marisk. Or I could just say that Furia have found their way into a grand final. Big day for you, Ykinder. How did you feel when you woke up this morning?
Honestly, a little bit nervous, but every time I feel nervous a little bit, because not every day you get an opportunity to play in such big event in a grand final and against such a strong opponent like a Vitality. But that's why we're professional players. We learn to use this nervousness and kind of make it excitement instead.
Channeling it in the appropriate way so that you could potentially go on to hoist the trophy. Look, yesterday you got 9 clutches, not you personally, but Furia, 9 clutches against Spirit as a team. Even after losing that Dust 2, where was your head at in the game going into that third map?
Yeah, well, I feel like a lot of the clutches were as well on Nuke, so we didn't necessarily feel that we were winning many clutches. Yeah, there was a 2v5 on Mirage or whatever, but at the same time, Spirit were just bouncing back. It was very hard to play. After Dust 2, honestly, we came to the room. It was dead silent because we lost an important round and we couldn't keep it going. And then we were sitting there and somebody said in the room, they're like, guys, we have a game tomorrow either way, so let's make it to be a grand final and not the third place decider. And everybody just came in individually in the right mindset for Nuke. We didn't expect Nuke for third. We thought it's going to be overpass, so we weren't 100% ready, but things were flowing, clutches were going, and yeah.
So how does it and how did it feel to watch young Malo Boy over there performing the server yesterday, stand up, entice the crowd? How does that make you feel on the inside?
I mean, I've seen this already. I feel like this is his strong trait, playing in these playoff games, in these important matches. I feel like only the best players in the world have this opportunity to kind of enter the little bit of a flow state, and at the same time just be present, during these tough matches. And Moldo is definitely one of them. He has a bright future ahead of him, and he saved our asses yesterday, I'm not gonna lie.
Absolutely nailed that. Hey, last question I've got for you this. Grand final today. Would you say more or less pressure than Budapest and Austin, or where do you place this grand final?
The thing is, even though we've played Vitality and we beat them 2 times, they beat us 1 time, so it's kind of we had 3 games. The pressure never goes away, It's they're strong players. There's insane individuals in that team. It's a superstar team, and nothing you can do, really. But I feel like our team is always really good on a couple rounds go by on the first map and you already forget about the pressure and you're just in the moment playing the game. So that's that's our goal, and we're going to be living in the moment, living in the present, and not thinking about like, oh, what's going to happen if we're going to lose or win. We're not thinking about that.
Kinder, last thing. Well, I promise you it's the last thing. Whole crowd, whole stadium out there. You want to address them? You want to say something to them?
Thank you, everybody, for insane support. Honestly, I said this in interviews after the game against Spirit. This crowd was something else, emotional and very good. Super thankful. Be loud today, and I don't really mind if you support Vitality or us, but be loud, be here, be present, and thank you, everybody, for watching.
Thank you very much, Kinder. Good luck.
Thank you.
It has all been leading up to this Championship Sunday at the Intel Extreme Masters live from the Tauron Arena. This may be a new era for us in Kraków, but Vitality eager to prove that we are still in theirs. Maus swept off the stage in a blink of an eye, with Vitality's now locked on the prospects of back-to-back trophies. One that Furia have never managed to lay their hands on. In Fallen's 20-year playing career, this is the one that got away. And 2026 presents the golden opportunity to strike. One best of five is all that separates both our teams from glory, as we welcome you to the grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Kraków 2026. It is my absolute pleasure to be on the desk alongside famed names in Dupree and YNK. There's just nothing like waking up and knowing it's Championship Sunday today.
Absolutely, and especially having that feeling when two of the teams that have played the best Counter-Striker in the final. And I think there's no doubt about that whatsoever. They both earned their spot to be here, and I feel like this is going to be one of those finals that we're going to remember for a long time.
In the end, this is what it's all about. As a player, you know, for the fans, for all of us, you know, grand finals is always what we are looking the most forward to. It's where we get to see the best teams, and also we get the best ranked team and the second best ranked team in the world go head to head in a best of five for a lot of Counter-Strike in this massive and an incredible arena. There's nothing more to like.
Let's start by talking about Vitality then, because I think it's only right to reflect back on 2025 and look at where that incredible legacy was started. It was over just in a town just a couple miles away called Katowice, and that's where they managed to start what was a catalyst for, I guess, really a year like none other, Janko.
Absolutely, and you were thinking at the time, maybe just the honeymoon period, things clicked. Well, it was more a foreshadowing of what's to come, and it was just an incredible performance from Vitality. You know, Rops showing instantly, proving his worth in that grand final on the first map, and I think just the way they managed to take down Spirit in a 3-0 fashion really paved the way for what ended up being an incredible year.
Also, to remember that Spirit was actually, they were the defending champion at that time, and this has been a personal one for Apex for a long time. Back in my time in the Vitality, he was always going to this Katowice event and he was thinking, oh, this is going to be the one that we're actually going to change it around. Am I actually going to able to win this one? And then he actually managed to do so. That was the one that got away for him. So to him, to find that success, for the team to find that success, obviously meant a lot to everyone.
I'm sorry to throw you under the bus like this, Dupree, but I always kind of compared it to the Cologne curse of Astralis. It was always Apex curses at Kato
That's the one that always got away, right?
I just want to ask from your perspective as well, like when you're in this incredible moment where you're winning literally everything, you are on top of the world, are you actually able to enjoy it? Are you able to bask in the moment? Because that's something that Vitality always talk about having to stop for a moment, look around, smell the roses, because you never know when it's going to actually end.
No, exactly. And I think that's the scary part, right? You kind of live in this fantasy world where you're just going to tournament after tournament, you're winning and you're hoisting trophy, and it kind of becomes your daily life. It becomes natural, and you still get excited, right? But when you've hoisted the trophy and you go back and you just like, hey, this is just like another title on the run. Let's be honest, that's the feeling that we had in Astralis. But obviously for Vitality, there's more to this year now. They want to replicate what they did last year. They want to assure that this wasn't just like a fluke year. We can continue being dominant, and it's also something that we are just so impressed to be watching right now, that a team can actually be dominant in a time where it wasn't actually meant to be possible, and it's truly incredible. But for Vitality, coming here without making it sound wrong, it's just another day at the office.
Apex is really key to that, right? And you know why, Freya? Because of this guy. he's suffered like many of us through the prime Astralis era, where there was just nothing you could do. Like time and time again, you feel like, well, if you run into Astralis, it's pretty much over, right? So for him to now be the Astralis and be that dominant team and have the perfect team, everything to fall into line, like he cherishes it, he treasures it. He's waited his whole career for a team like this. And now that he has it, he's going to make everyone pay. He's going to make everyone else suffer and everyone else go through what he had to go through in Astralis' prime.
As long as he doesn't win the major, I'm fine. Let me keep that personal achievement, please, Dan. Just move away for a little bit. You can win everything else but that one.
Incoming Dupree coming out of retirement after Cologne. Either way, we need to look at Fallen as well, because it's only right that, Counter-Strike's oldest event has one of the players with the most longevity in his playing career, still around to this very day, 20 years later. But this one, Janko, has been the trophy that has always evaded him in his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was at this tournament, 10 years ago, where they were really putting themselves on the map. This was the last tournament before MLG Columbus, where they ended up lifting their first major trophy. So it was just before, unlike Furia now, they've actually peaked at the right time in 2016. Here, maybe they peaked a little bit early last year, couldn't lift that Budapest major trophy. But yeah, that's kind of crazy to think of. That many best of fives, that he's just always come out on top, because you can see some of the different teams in there, right? Like it's not like all the best of fives are from their dominant days in SK/LG, but it's a different beast going into a best of five, and he's been able to handle it really well throughout his career.
It's absolutely nasty just looking at how long that he's been doing this, and just to see how Fallen has also reinvented himself. I don't think anyone actually knows how difficult that is, to just take a step back and then leave up the op, but become such a, I wouldn't say like a crazy rifler, but at least picking up where, playing the way he's doing as of right now is just incredible to see. And with the longevity that he's been having, and Fallen in my books is my top 3 of the most respected players that I can ever go up against. The way that he's always been, standing up for the Brazilian scene, for the South American scene, but also the way that they have always managed to, in their SK days, reinvent Counter-Strike back then, coming in, and then now again finding another level, being able to take a team like Furia to where they are today. That's absolutely incredible.
And I'm really happy he, like Apex, has a great team now. Because Fallen, he's just such a nice guy, sometimes lacks a bit of an ego in terms of he always is willing to make everyone else happy. He's always willing to concede some control, to give something else a try. We were talking about the Last Dance 4 years ago and that Imperial team, and it's just, okay, one marketing tour, to put a bow on it. And I think just his career and his individual prowess and how he is as a leader and as a captain deserved a lot more. So to see Fallen this late in his career on a competitive team, still fighting for trophies, still, being the captain that he was, I think it's just awesome, and I'm really happy he has this for himself.
Do you think that last dance was so horrible that he decided to just continue and get that last dance somewhere else and try it again?
I think it
was a pretty good samba, right?
I think this was a Hail Mary with Yekinder and Molodoy. This was like, all right, this is the last thing we're trying, and then I'll maybe step aside, get someone else to take over the role, and then it works so well. And you know how it is when you're on the #1 team or you're fighting for trophies, you're not retiring when you're on a contender team, right? So we'll see for how long this keeps on going.
Let's just check in with something else that is on the line here in Kraków as well. Of course, the ESL Grand Slam. We've been keeping hot up to date with this because there is a lot on the line, particularly when we're looking at Vitality and Furia needing to get one of these championship events. Dupree, I just wanted to pick your brain for a moment, because we were talking about it in the green room, the introduction of the Grand Slam back in your day. What was your actual reaction when you heard of this concept coming out?
It's like picture perfect in my brain, because when I was introduced to this format, thinking that you need to be dominant for such a short, and you need to win 4 tournaments in such a short span of time, I was like, that's not going to be possible. No one's going to be able to do that. And now we have multiple teams doing it. And now we even have a guy like Rob that's about to do it for the 3rd time, which in all honesty is just absolutely incredible. It's another like maybe it's like a little bit of a lower within winning the major, but once you've won multiple majors, that is maybe your next thing that you want to be going up with the names of the teams that already been winning the Grand Slam, right? So it's like a very huge achievement for you as a player. Not as big as the major, but just below it.
Well, you mentioned Rob, so yeah, talked about the prospect of this rematch because in tail end of 2025, it was Furia to be plaguing Vitality, not so much at the major, but when we look back at IEM Chengdu, this was, of course, a best of 5. You might have been deceived if you just looked at the 3-0 scoreline, thinking it was a walk in the park. It wasn't. A very competitive game ensued in Chengdu, right?
Yeah, and this was the game that had me lose confidence in Vitality as the favorite for the major.
Ooh.
Because of the veto somewhat, because they let Ancient through, and also because of Furia seemingly being very comfortable against them in the game, right? I mean, it was a 3-0, but it was a very competitive grand final, despite it being a 3-0, and it just felt like that psychological advantage that Vitality had against a lot of other teams, like, it went missing after this game versus Furia.
I really feel like Vitality is toying with the idea of attempting to play all 7 maps. It's something that we've done in the past as well, and it's something that's always extremely incredibly hard to actually do, because you have such short limited time, specifically when you're making so many deep runs at tournaments and you're winning for trophies. You have to go back to the practice room, and then you have to leave something behind. All the maps you're feeling confident about, you will leave that around. Then you focus on this new map. And I think for Vitality, it's been more of a way of seeing, okay, we know that the top 5 teams are really good on Ancient. Those teams, we're not going to be punished. We're not going to be able to play with them. But once we go to the teams below that, that's where we can maybe leave Ancient sometimes.
Let's put a pin in the Ancient Anubis discussion just for the moment. Dive into some of those moments from Chengdu. Yanko, you've picked out something from map number 2, which was Inferno. What do we say?
Yeah, because this felt also that there was an advantage for Vitality. This was their pick. And when you're Team B in a best of 5, this might be the only pick you get. So you better make it a good one. And Furia had a tremendous T side. So I'm going to go into a couple of rounds from that T side to showcase you guys what I feel like the game plan was and where they felt the weakness was for Vitality. So some early banana utility, just simulating that they want to fight for banana. You're going to see Vitality use utility of their own to check top banana. They're going to get information that, all right, no one is there. Apex is running back. They're going to be set up in a 4A defense towards the A bomb site. Furia going to retake mid, and I think here, Furia, you can see there's no one really towards that banana area, and Furia are, very much aware that they don't have banana control, and I think they know there's going to be 4 players waiting for them, but just in the way how they clear these positions, how they're methodical in gaining space, it's still going to make this defense crumble. Also, Yakindar already, you can see him deep short, they're unaware of him. Robs overextends, I has no idea Yakindar is here, and this round completely falls apart, right? With this A pressure, without having banana control. So let's go to the final round of this game. Again, it's going to be fast A pressure. This time, csgo extinguishes the molly, and they're pressuring long a lot. They did this throughout this game. They throw the B split smoke, which teams don't do as often these days. Molotov pushes Ivo away, and now we're going to have Yakindar and csgo try to take space towards CT spawn. They find Mezzi. Great job of spacing here to get the trade on Apex. And what's also important is they know they killed 1B, 1A player. Flames is obviously alive. Look at Molodoy. He has an op. He's walk pushing the smoke. That's how confident he is that Flames is going to move, despite him killing them from sandbags a couple of rounds previously. And this is just the confidence that they have. We're talking about going up against Vitality in the grand final. Zyvo and Robs, they try to react. Yuri, who had a great final as well, just holding that flank, getting more information. And despite Molodoy dying on A, they're going to be able to clutch out the 2v2 and win Vitality's map pick. And it just seems like they feel the weakness was that long towards CT, that area of the map. And despite sometimes not having banana control, they were not worried at all about ending rounds on the A bomb site.
And it's exactly this confidence that we need to be seeing out of Furia today as well, because if you want to be taking down Vitality, you need to be able to dare to play. You need to be dare to actually also go into position where you might lose, because if you don't, then you will just always be playing through the book. You'll play the ABC Counter-Strike, and that is where Vitality is really good at punishing you. So keep them guessing, keep them moving, keep them in this position where they don't know what's going to be happening, and then you're in for a really good time.
That's the thing, right? Like the spacing you're able to take in those moments. I feel like it kind of epitomizes each player in their role, right? The fact that Yakinda's going for that aggressive move towards the spawn area, and then Molodor, yeah, sure, he might not get the kill, but having that intuition to be able to push at that moment is really impressive.
Absolutely, and just understanding that if Vitality opens 3B, what's going to be Vikrone. You know, Robs almost never plays towards long when he is, even when there's two players, like he's around that pit, short, apps, somewhere there. So they see that, okay, this is where we can take a lot of space. And it's not about even, this was perfect in terms of they got into CT, they got the kills, but even just applying that early pressure, you know, that makes the defense so uncomfortable because you don't know if they want to finish the round on A, are they just taking space, right? That's where it becomes difficult to come up with a solution for Vitality.
Let's move on to what was the third and final deciding map. That was Overpass back at Chengdu. It's going to be interesting to see if and when that's coming into fruition here, but what have you picked out for us, Dupree?
The reason why I think that Overpass will be very, very important and also instrumental for this match today is that I really want to be showcasing what Vitality is so good at. So in the beginning, as we can see with a lot of teams, it's a lot about creating A pressure by applying the smoke and the Molotov that now allows the Vitality players to scale up towards balloons and also be able to go towards Fountain, and that actually puts the Furia players in a position where they don't know exactly what's going to be happening. They are left in the little bit of the unknown. What actually then is going to happen is the very classic one with the boost. They're going to try and get some information. Yekina then scales through the smoke. Take a look at Apex. He is the guy on Vitality that is the one rotating between the bomb site, and he's the one that is usually the guy that either wants to start towards B, he wants to start towards A, be that joker. This time around he starts in the underground position where he's going to be throwing nades to maybe mask that is actually Robs playing in underground, not Epic this time around. But as you can see, Robs has already positioned himself on top of balloons, and you have Saiwu covering his entrance from stairs. Then what's going to happen is the fact that Furia is now going to be trying to search for info. Yekina gets taken down by Saiwu, and at this point they just want to try and trade, but Robs is already in his 4 position, and they have a 3v5. And at this point, they've already created enough chaos. They've gotten the advantage that they just want to fall back, go back to a more passive position where they can just play out the round and then play that based counter-strike that they are so good at. And then Saiwu then decides to go team again up with Robs, going and finding Fallen out here on the long position. And at this time of the round, you know, it's literally just Furia trying to, you know, pick up the puzzles and trying to get back in the round, but it's simply not possible.
What do you make of that one?
Yeah, I think that's been the struggle. That's why Furia has felt maybe a little bit different on Overpass. Their default has been a struggle, and when your default isn't functioning on Overpass, there's not really much to fall back on, right? That's not predictable for the opponents, and we know that they're a map control heavy team. Defaults are really important for them, and if it comes to this, they will have to find a way to deny these aggressive plays, to punish Vitality when they go for them, because otherwise they're going to struggle on the T side.
And it's just the Vitality, they have so many openings on that CT side on Overpass. They can start 4B, they can start 3B, they can be aggressive on A, whether that's in underground, it can be towards balloons or long. Like, Furia has to be ready for so many different things, and that is what's going to be the big picture for me when it comes to Furia. Can they puzzle things together? Because in their latest match on Overpass, they went a lot towards the B bomb side because maybe they had struggles towards A. They couldn't really find that defaulting vibe. So it's going to be interesting to see how Vitality is going to be approaching. Are they going to be countering in terms of what happened in the rematch, or are they actually going to be looking at the recent matchup that Furia played?
Okay, should we dive into it? Should we get the veto rolling?
Yeah, but let's, before we roll the veto, I think here is also really important. Unlike other vetoes, this is where you prefer to be Team A, meaning the first team to veto, first team to pick, because then you get to pick 2 maps out of the first 3 will be your maps. And I know last time, great graphic actually, you know, you see here with Furia vetoing Nuke and then the train veto from Vitality really bothered me, because you have to also remember you get to pick the side.
Yes.
So, okay, you're feeling uncomfortable on this map, but you will play CT train or CT Overpass. I know that Furia won the coin toss and they picked to be Team A again. I think if I were Furia, I would maybe try to get rid of Anubis. I don't know how they feel on Anubis. If they feel like they have enough reps, then they can just get rid of Ancient themselves. I don't think there's like other clear maps for these teams where they could go for the punish. I think Furia feels fine on their Dust 2 as well. That's something that Vitality is really, really strong on. But I think if that happens, if Furia doesn't veto Ancient, Vitality should just veto it. Like, stop this, you know, obsession with proving that you're and playing this game of chicken, right, on a map that you just don't play. And Furia's players have played Ancient in different teams. Apex and Zaiwu never played this map competitively outside of the 2 games that they had on Vitality. So just the knowledge, you know, of the angles, of the utility, of the timings is on the side of Furia. And even with the Chengdu Grand Final, the experience of playing Grand Finals is still overwhelmingly on the side of Vitality, especially as these 5-man lineups. So don't get carried away about, they're not going to, you know, they're going to get away with it. It's like, who cares? You have plenty of other good maps and it's a best of 5. Don't fall for it again.
And it's just these teams are so similar in terms of the map pool. They like to play the same kind of maps. It really is going to come down to it. It does really feel like the veto is like that first battle. Like, who's going to win out that first battle? Who's going to be floating of potentially an Ancient? And we're going to see that as we did in Chengdu again. Is it going to be a case? I'm also interested to see if it's actually going to be, because Vitality, they played it against Aurora. So we do have the first ban here, does 2. That is, they don't actually want to go for the anti-ban this time around. So it's going to be interesting to see if, I mean, obviously this is more like a respectable ban. And now it's a respectable ban from likes of Vitality. So you got what you wanted.
Your pulse can lower.
Yeah, I think this is great. Furia, okay, Dust 2, Vitality. I think someone said they're like something crazy. They lost 4 maps with this lineup and won, I don't know, close to 30 on Dust 2. So not a bad for them. They get away with one. I think we see the Mirage pick. It just turned around completely in this tournament from being the punish pick against them to them beating everyone on the map. So now for Vitality, last time we saw Inferno, they go back to it one more time. And this is where, in theory, I would like for Furia to pick Overpass, but I don't think they feel that confident on it. But then it's like Overpass, Nuke, Anubis.
I was expecting to do. I think Nuke makes sense in this one because that's the map they've been looking the most comfortable on. It's funny because I remember them saying in an interview that Nuke was actually the map they felt least comfortable around. And now they've gone into the point of they actually want to be picking it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the same with Mirage. They haven't felt the confidence, but this tournament they've started looking great, and now all of a sudden this is their main pick. And then we actually do get to see Anubis as a potential 5th map. And we also obviously get the Overpass that we just talked about.
Yeah, if it hasn't been banned, I think it was a surefire 5th map. You almost don't want it to go to 5 because that would be a bit of a scrappy map. I feel like with how recently it's been reintroduced to the pool and the changes that it's had, teams just haven't had a ton of time to practice it. Yeah, I like this for both teams. Furia gets away with one with banning Dust, but Vitality, does the right thing, vetoes Ancient, and they still are very, very strong on all of these maps and can put up a really good fight.
So you're less pissed than you were
yes.
in that segment.
I was shocked. I thought that was one of the biggest blunders I think Apex ever did when it comes to it.
Let's just talk about the prospect of a best of 5 though, because Dupree, it is truly a marathon. It's not a sprint. You need stamina when you're going to be attacking this one, right?
Best of 5s are extremely tough to play. I mean, it's not only about having a deep map pool, but it's also about having stamina and also getting enough reps on your map because you're going to be tested on multiple maps if it goes all the way to the 5th one. And as was just showing you screen before, we have seen how the road to the grand final for Vitality is looking at 8 maps. It's like 100. It's like 100 and I don't know 45 rounds. Where on the other side it's like almost a double for Fury. They played 16 maps in this tournament single-handedly, 345 rounds at this tournament only. It kind of proves and also visualizes that the road to the grand final for Vitality has been sort of simple. It's been kind of easy in his Epic's own wording. And now for the Furia side, they've gone through a lot. They're probably a little bit more exhausted than Vitality is looking. So it's going to be nice to see that, who's actually going to come on top in terms of the stamina. It's because Furia has now been put in a position where they've been tested and gone through the dirt. They've worked their way here. Or is Vitality now having an easier road?
That's the perfect word for it, tested. I don't feel like Vitality has been tested, not because they played 8 maps, but because they haven't faced a team that could challenge them.
Yes.
No offense to Mouse, but they're never going to be a challenge for Vitality. Anyone else in that semifinal, I feel like would have been a better game, and the one time Vitality went up against a team that they had close games with, that was Falcons at Bounty with a stand-in, and they ended up losing that one, which was kind of a shocking result. So that's something where, you wonder, against Furia, who's beat them the last 2 times that they played, are they going to be prepared enough for what's coming in that sense?
And to be tested up here is somewhat very different when you get tested in the group stage. They only, Vitality only were tested when it came to Aurora, and that's when they played Ancient, a map that just looked like any ordinary Faceit game. So being tested up here, that's where Fury has been tested, both in the qualifying but also in the semis. And now we're looking at a team, Vitality, as of right now, a team that has they rolled over Mouse, and now they find themselves in a grand final without actually being tested. So it's going to be interesting.
And a little bit of a difference to their last matchups are some of the individual performances, and how players have gone into 2026. Robs had uncharacteristically bad series against Furia those 2 times, especially on a map like Inferno on CT side, where it's such a rock, was somewhat shaky, and you have a tough time seeing that happen for a 3rd time in a row for a player like Rob. So that could be dangerous for Furia. And on the flip side, Yuri has had a tremendous final 3 months for them. And in 2026, maybe some of the position changes, has been a bit slower to get back into the swing of things. And I think these two guys, especially because they're anchors on the CT side, are going to be really, really important to have good games here in the grand final.
Let's finally touch upon the Orcas on both sides of things, because obviously Rookie of the Year in Molodoi going up against a certain prospect in ZywOo. How do we feel like this clash is going to be going down, just stylistically, in terms of what we expect?
If you look at the paper, then people were thinking that ZywOo is probably just going to be, outstanding and just going to, put Molodoi back to bed. But I think that Molodoi has already shown being the Rookie of the Year last year, and also how he is just taking the stage that I don't think he's going to be afraid of ZywOo, not at all. And we need to see Molodoi continuing what he's doing, because he needs to go out and challenge ZywOo. He cannot just allow himself to just fall back and then play passive, because Molodoi's strength is what he's doing, and he's showing it time and time again.
A trophy pursued by so many, but earned by so few. Tonight, we engrave the 20th name in the Winter Championships history.
The walls are different, but the pressure is the same. Welcome the mayor of the city of Kraków, Alexander Michalski.
I remember while we started the year with Robs, after the first week of practice, I told my CEO of Vitality, we're gonna win Katowice.
I remember that I went to the finals on this tournament and I played against Fnatic at their prime.
Being the last of something, to put your name in history, means you're there forever.
There's a part of me that really wanted to be there as well. I know it's a big task. Something is missing. I'm on a stage of my career that I'm not gonna have many more shots.
Winning the last ones is great, but now Katowice is behind us. We are in Kraków.
To my best of 5 record, the only one that I lost was actually in Katowice. And after that, for some reason, I never lost another best of 5.
But most of the time, it's still no against any team. If we play our A game, it's GG.
It's up to mentally never giving up. Who's gonna make the less mistakes and who's gonna fight more until the end.
On the Extreme Masters Trophy yet again. If you want a chance at the gold, then you had to slay the dragon! High stress, high pressure, and he's not going anywhere! The savior of Furia! Don't want to put an AK into the hands of Zaiwu! He is inevitable! These are the defending champs, and they are back to defend their crown. Oh, can you feel the nerves setting in? You can go, taking it all!
A year to the day that this run began. A year of total dominance that they intend to continue. Please welcome Vitality! The Panther is back on the prowl. Youth and experience in lockstep. Fallen, he's never won this trophy. Is today the day? Please welcome, it's Furia!
Vitality and Furia with destiny in their hands, either the headline in their own story or a footnote in their opponents. Apex had felt the latter for way too long, and finally, last year, not only ending the curse of Katowice, but Dupree, a catalyst for what was an incredible year for Vitality.
Vitality know what awaits them, and Vitality know what is coming at them. They're now to be tested against Furia, a team that has really relevated their game throughout this time, but Vitality, with so many great pieces, so many great players, and so many good individuals. Apex once again looking to take this team to new heights. A team that has tried to replicate what we thought couldn't be done, and a team that is now coming here to try and defend their championship. A team that is going to be looking dangerous on this stage. There's no doubt that Vitality right now are telling themselves that this is our playground, this is where we belong, and this is what we're going to be fighting for. They know they can do it, but now it's time to show it once more.
In the final moments before you're walking out to this arena, Vitality, they see their name engraved on the stairs from last year. And for Fallen, though, he just sees the names that have stopped his run for over a decade. Surely, though, Janko, that just fuels you.
The professor has earned his tenure a long time ago, but that doesn't mean that he still doesn't have a few lessons left to teach. The Fangs of Furia, under his tutelage, have been as sharp as ever, lifting their first IEM trophy in 8 years in Chengdu last year, but it isn't until the arrival of 2 exchange students bringing in a new school of thought that this lineup is truly complete. and truly capable of contending for the world's best.
And he truly embodies sacrifice, right?
Absolutely, and with Molodoi coming in, I'm sure he sees a little bit of himself in him. Combat topping, flamboyant, explosive, and that's the only reason why he would give up the Magic Stick.
History repeated or history rewritten. Back-to-back trophies or a 14-year feat finally forged. Tonight, Kraków decides who carves their name in Counter-Strike legacy.
Đây rồi. Nào, hãy chuẩn bị đi nào. Chuẩn bị với trận chung kết chúng ta đi Lào. It's time. Rồi, đây sẽ là map đấu Inferno. Mapping có thể được bên phía của Viter, thì có thể bên phía của Viter thể hiện đúng bản lĩnh không? Có cho mình chỉ là 3-1 không? Hoặc là 3-0. Tôi nghĩ sẽ là 3-0 dễ dàng cho bên phía của Viter mà thôi. Rồi, mê gì? Ồ, mẹ cái gì nhỉ? Ồ, cái gì nhỉ? Thực sự là dễ dàng không nhỉ? Là dễ dàng không anh nhỉ? Đâu ở đâu Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Một đều rồi. Quán nào ổn ở đây? Rồi. Rồi chưa có thể được bên phía của Peter là nhẹ thôi. Round đầu tiên với nhẹ thôi. Nào. Ui giời ơi, mà cái Accelerator không để cái màn nó to ra hả em? Sao không để cái màn nó to ra hả em? Đây rồi. Rồi, cái Accelerator 5. Có lẽ sẽ là 2-1 thôi. Rồi, ok là tôn cho vị trí của tên dẹp. Poland về cuối cùng luôn đó. Thấy rồi. Rồi, Poland vẫn có một mạng ở đây. Tốt. Vẫn mất được một số. Và đó là đầu tiên là một trận đâu. Đó là trận thắng thứ 2 chứ. Nhìn về trong quả hội trường to vãi bìu. Nó to thì vãi bìu. Trời ơi, không có gì đặc biệt thì sẽ là 3-1 đấy. Còn là có bài đâu. Có bài súng gì đâu. 3-1 rồi. 3-1 rồi. Rồi. Nhiều quá vị trí của một rồi. Đi. Hốt eco tốt. Đó là hốt eco tốt ở đây. Wish that was a repost. Oh my goodness. Central Canada. Oh yeah. Rồi, 4-1 nhưng mà round này các tuyển bên phía của Vitality lại bắn tốt tiếp. Apex lại có cho mình 3 mạng ở đây. Quá tốt từ vị trí Apex. Hốt eco cũng tốt, mà giết người cũng tốt. Poland cố gắng xếp cho mình khẩu AK, liệu không biết là có được hay không đây. Rồi. Ôi dồi. Ôi dồi. Cái gì đấy? kéo rồi. Tình là tình dỗ dàng em ơi. Quá lắm. Được chưa? Thế nó đã được chưa? Bây giờ những chơi vơi. Nào, round này có thể đứng phía của Peter và vị trí có thể đứng phía của Ria. Đây định làm gì đây nào? Gì đây nào? Đang gọi là hoàng người đây, vị trí của Drops có tổ ok ở đây. Ok này không cơ, ok lắm cơ. Đây rồi, vị trí của Drops chết rồi. Ok, hụt thì nằm rồi. Cũng nghiệm muốn cho nó kỹ này bao giờ không suy nghĩ. Ủa số 15 thoải mái. Rồi 2 năm nữa cho các tuyển thủ bên phía của Furia. Tốt. Tốt ở đây rồi. Vẫn là tiền full buy để vị trí các bên phía của Victor. Có thể full buy là tốt. Ồ số cho dấu đi vào đồng hồ không ai biết nhau lần đầu. Mẹ 13 đấu 3 được không nhỏ. Trông giống được lắm. Đây rồi, chưa Yuri nằm rồi, nên sẽ được rồi. Dễ quá còn. Đây thì nó lại dễ quá. Quá đẹp ở đây. Mẹ nó cày đi. 6-2 rồi. 6-2 rồi. Ôi giời ơi. Tên léo thì tên lanh. Răng đứt dây ơi, không ngon rồi. Ủa, nóng 7-2 rồi. Nóng. Ôi giời ơi. Quá đẹp. Quá đẹp. Uống đi. Ôi giời ơi. Ôi giời ơi. One, two, three, four. One, 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. 4, 5. Okay, 5. Ôi rồi. Từ nha. Từ tí nha. Ôi giời ơi. Từ Hải rồi. Ui. Hải xí bì. Giờ 92 rồi. 92 rồi. Ra mình Rồi, Samurai công có tuyển thủ bên phía của Furia có tuyển thủ bên phía của team Viter xem lại. Xem có công như nào đây. Công như nào ấy. Ôi giời ơi. Khó nói lắm. Ôi, vào sai là được trái bom luôn rồi. Quyết định rotate đến từ vị trí các tuyển thủ bên phía của Furia. Sách 5 người có vẻ là ổn. Liệu có ổn? Thôi xong rồi, cái này ổn lòi lìa luôn chứ. Ổn lòi lìa rồi. Quá đen, 2 đấu 3. Rồi, thế là thắng rồi những cái tuyển thủ bên phía của Peter. Quá kỹ rồi. Ôi giời ơi. Sao lại vứt nhau đi hết. Để lòng tôi vơi đi chút nỗi niềm mà về em về. Cái méo gì. Uầy, địt mẹ mày vá đâu mấy con chó ơi. Uầy. Ôi giời ơi. Mẹ muốn gọi bên phía của Peter này. Muốn gọi bên phía của Peter này. Thật đấy. Ôi địt mẹ phải luôn. Vậy là chiến thắng rồi. Chỉ về 17 rồi. Lên cái chung kết này ơi. Cút. Lại thế này. Sao nó lại thế này? Cái đéo gì đấy? Ổ xô, một đấu một nào. Frame dẹt trốn kỹ vào. Trốn kỹ vào con chó ạ. Đừng để bố tìm ra bài. Nhớ. Ôi, sắp hết tham rồi. Chưa gỡ. Ô. Xong rồi, đây là win rồi. 11-7 rồi. Yeah, mẹ fan cuồng à? Cổ động viên quá khích à? Không phải thế đâu nhỉ? Không quá là đấy nhỉ? Khỉ đi. Cái này là cái gì đây? Cái này là cái gì đây? 11-7 rồi. Tốt quá. Tốt quá, tốt quá. Sure. Oh, so this. Liệu có cho mình cái match point ngay từ bây giờ, từ vị trí các tuyển thủ bên phía của team Peter hay không này? Sắp rồi. Nhất là chết mất 3. Cái đoạn này mất 3 thì còn khó đấy. Khê đấy. Mất 3 thì khê đấy. Nhiều. Ôi gì đà bù. Đà bù. Violin. Đã lâu rồi từ ngày em ra đi, để trái tim tôi đã mong mỏi cuộc đời. Nhiều. One. Oh shit. Oh shit. Nào bình tĩnh nào. không phải vội nào. Rồi. Cái từ bên phía của Korea mất bình tĩnh rồi. Mất hết bình tĩnh rồi, chết mất 3 rồi. Rồi, 1 đấu 4 thì có. 1 đấu 4 thì có thì kê bất đồ là hết rồi. Hết rồi. Có rồi, mẹ bố mấy con chó bên phía của Peter nó cố tình chôn ấy. Nó không bao giờ để như này đâu. Tao biết hết. Những con vợ này cố tình nhả rồi. Vẫn cố tình chôn đấy. Chúng mày thích cố tình chôn đúng không? Bố mày bắt cái bài rồi. Bắt cái bài của chúng mày rồi. Yeah. Áo thất đi. Vẫn chưa đủ. Vẫn chưa có đủ à? Sợ thật. Ây. Ai chè 3 đấu 4. Nhìn qua cái lượng máu thì các thành viên phía của Peter đang bị thua thiệt. Giờ không chỉ còn là lượng máu nữa mà là người luôn rồi. Súng nó gọi là mất người, mất súng, thiệt người rồi. Mất 1. Rồi. Thế 2 đấu 2. Thời gian quá nhiều rồi, biết một người nữa ở đâu rồi. Bố mày thấy mày rồi, bố mày thấy mày rồi. 1 đấu 2 bị chi Morodoi, liệu cầm ốp quan được hay không? Nghĩ là không. Tôi nghĩ là không. Ồ. Xong rồi. Xong rồi. Thế này thì xong rồi. Có cậu à? Cậu ơi. Gây điên rồi. Quả Monoroy cầm ốp ăn được 2 mạng. Khó. Thật sự phải là khó đấy. Thật sự là khó rồi đấy. Nhờ. What the fuck? Thôi đừng có dỗi mà. Đi ra đi xem nào. Mẹ nó chứ 1-3 không nổi mà spoil là những cái thủ bên phía của Furia rồi. Đó rồi. Kê rồi. Khê khó rồi. Vitality timeout luôn rồi. Đéo hiểu Furia lật được. Có thể các tuyển thủ bên phía của team Viter nó nhả game đầu tiên thôi. Có thể là như vậy bởi kịch bản tôi đã từng thấy rồi. Tôi đã thấy ở đâu đó rồi. Ôi trời ơi. Dễ thật. Đúng dễ luôn. Đúng dễ luôn. Thiệt đó. Thực sự là dễ luôn đó. Rồi, Furia có cho mình chiến thắng đầu tiên 1-0. Tốt em ạ.
Yeah.
Ramp one. Ramp. Dead ramp. Dead two. Bomb. Palace dead.
Oh my god.
Bitch. Gun last. Stairs.
Sick shot.
Sick shot. You're pretty good at the game right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we all do, but... Sandwich. Energy fault.
I'm watching sandwich.
Triple.
Watching sandwich.
Triple dead.
Careful mid, careful mid. I'm watching
Triple
sandwich.
10 sandwich.
I'm smoking bench. I'm not smoking.
Yeah, we go smoke here. Smoke first.
Smoking.
Yeah, I'm going from junker. I'm going to smoke caps.
They don't have city, I think. They don't have city, I think.
That is one.
Are they fading con for now?
He went to... ramp guys one.
Yuri, go bench. Yuri, go bench.
Ramp to HP.
Picking.
Undercon. Big.
Other
Other
bomb.
bomb.
1 HP. 1 HP.
Let's fight
1
this
HP. 1 HP.
Defuse. Con.
No 1 HP.
1 HP, I think.
Nice, guys. Pick up.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I think
Nice, good. We complicate.
Bro, they walk.
You have a flash for Robin City. One ramp. Nice. He touches now. Flashing now. Boom. Two more. Lock it. We let the contact and you can pick both of you.
Just pick on me. Yeah. They smoked out.
They smoke jungle.
Don't save. Only jungle. I'll go into B. Care fake.
I stay with bomb.
Yeah.
Nice, Matu. Nice to clear behind. But,
Don't be ups.
Can you spam a bit, guys? Just a fake.
Impossible is nothing for Furia. 3-9 down to start. The odds stacked against them, but that all changed coming into the second half. Call it divine intervention, call it the individuals coming alive, call it whatever the hell you want. Fallen is doing his best to keep that best of 5 record afloat, helped out in spades, not only by Yuri, but by Molodoi having some incredible individual moments. Dupree, this is what we truly call arena Counter-Strike.
This was incredible in so many ways. This first map had everything. We had the chaos, we had the clutches, we had the heartbreaks, but we simply also just saw teams like playing an amazing CT side. Specifically, the roller coaster of emotions coming in from Vitality, getting everything done in the first half, just feeling that they were on top, feeling that there was another walk in the park, but then things turned south for them on the other half. Furious stepped up, and we just saw clutch time and time again, with Molodoi specifically stepping up when it really mattered. And this kid, rookie of the year last year, he does not crumble on that stage.
Life comes at you fast. I mean, if there ever was a tale of two halves in a game, Vitality looked unstoppable in the first half. I mean, not only winning rounds, but winning them in a dominant fashion. Furia looking flustered, some individuals missing as well, didn't look like themselves. And then you go into the second half, they win the pistol, convert a couple of rounds strung together early on, and then the individuals start waking up. The pressure starts mounting for Vitality, and in the end, they just couldn't find answers on that T side.
Let's dive into that CT side then to start from Vitality. A lot of rounds you could have chosen from, but round 9, what stood out here?
I think this is a good example of how flustered Furia was, right? Like, we were praising them for being really on point on T side and in this tournament, hitting flow state, especially on Mirage, right? And going to see Molodoi, he died to Zaivo a couple of times, but Furia equalizes it and then some. Now it's a 4v3 situation for them, right? So they're going to take their time a little bit, wait for some sort of a reaction. The call is going to be 3 players to go up connector and Yuri in apps, and you can see Vitality is even they're stacking B, really. They don't want to play for the A bomb side, they're going to save, and it just Flamesy tucked in here, kind of, if someone tries to boost. Unfortunately for Furia, they're just fumbling with nades, and Flamesy ends up from a position in which he isn't really trying to do all that much, finding 3 kills and Vitality out of nowhere winning a round. And it's moments like these where you're like, wow, that's just really bad if you're Furia. There's no coordination there. You can see that they're just talking a lot without kind of covering the basics, and you felt that Vitality at that point was going to run away with Mirage.
It's really the structure here that I feel like is hurting Furia. They do have this advantage advantage situation. Whenever they go up connected, it feels like, who's actually going to go first? Like, who's actually going to take that space? Who actually has the ball to just scale up to the bombs and to create the space and find out where Flames is hiding? And Flames is like, he's just stuck in the corner, and he peeks out, gets a second, and then also gets the third. But for the Fury side, it really painted the picture of a Fury that was being a little bit too nervous, being a little bit too structured, instead of just playing off that incredible, loose style that they can also have. And that's how it is when you get to a stage. This is how, when you have so much on the line, you actually want to be fighting. But the thing is, for Fury right here, they got it back into the game a little bit later.
I think also they couldn't find any openings. They had one opening kill in the pistol round, and that was it. The other 11 rounds, they were always a man down. Obviously, not easy to play from those situations all the time, right? But in the end, even getting 3 ended up being enough for them.
Which is why it's so miraculous when we look into that second half, right? And I think we'd be amiss if we didn't mention that Molodoi clutch. This is insane. Absolute balls of steel from him on this stage.
We're sitting in the green room, and I'm telling Machine, we're due for a Molodoi round, right? At the point that they are in that sort of 3v4 situation, Flamesy, who's been lights out for Vitality this map, finds a double. But look at Vitality. I mean, this is disjointed, right? Look at the spacing. They're far away from each other. Zywo and Robs were the first ones in. Molodoi and Yuri with the 1-2, and you're thinking this is where they have it on lockdown, but maybe some miscommunication, really worried about the potential lurker. Messi just gets a free kill onto Yuri. Now Fallen's coming in. They have 2 ops for the retake. All of a sudden, you're worried for them. Fallen with a bit of an interesting play here, but then Molodoi just on his own, right? Lightning fast, finds the first one from Messi, and then awareness in this last one against Messi to know that he's probably going to come close. Flash comes in, another incredible reaction, and this really felt like it was the final nail in the coffin for Vitality.
I mean, honestly, I don't think that Vitality did something like super poor in this round. I actually think that their approach to the A actually made sense in the fact that they were playing with the unknown, because Fury, they had no idea where they were coming, so they were playing in the unknown, wanting to catch someone, catching them off guard. And I mean, it sort of happens and it sort of worked out. The fact is that the Molodoi goes peeking on stairs, he actually spots a guy below him as well, then sets up this guy playing in shadow. And the clutch, yeah, sure, Molodoi wins an incredible clutch. The thing is, like, if Vitality is even stacked together, they know he's going to go for that stairs fight, right? And even with Messi going, as you mentioned, Janko, going inside the smoke, Molodoi just had an incredible game sense. The fact that he hit that really quick no-scope, or the quick scope, but also the awareness of him knowing that he's going to be up close, absolutely incredible.
It's that intangible intuition that comes out time and time again from Molodoi, and it's simply stunning. I do just want to touch upon, before we talk about map 2, the pressure pendulum and how it swung back to bite Vitality. Ultimately, it was something you were touching upon as a potential warning sign, I guess, in the pre-match, right, Dupree?
I really think that the conversion of the piss round did something to Vitality. They were like, okay, now we're back in the groove and everything's fine. The individual was firing on all cylinders. Every time they went A, Flames would get like a triple kill or a quad kill. So, and it's always easy when you play counters, like if the guy's holding the bombs, like gets triple kills or quad kills, because the rounds are just over. You don't have to think more. You don't have to put the puzzle together. And that's just what happened. Every time Fury went for a play, the player that was holding the side would always just get too many multi-kills. And then when they turned into the T side, where, as I mentioned, coming into the game as well, Vitality hasn't been tested in that specific way, coming to the States in this tournament specifically. And when you need to come up with answers, when you can feel that the other team is getting momentum, they're mounting the comeback, that's where you really got to earn your money. And that's where it starts becoming really difficult to make the right decision when you're under pressure, but also to find the right decision for the team when you're the game leader.
And even in the second half, Furia, they were aggressive when it was calls from spawn, right? Oh, right, we're going to make this play in B apps, take the B apps control, we're going to do this, that. But in the mid rounds, in some of these 3v2s, 4v3s, like, they were really passive, like leaving a bomb site open, player just watching the murder hole for some flank, and that's something that I wasn't necessarily too happy to see. You want to be perhaps just a bit more aggressive. You don't want to give players on Vitality that much space. Doesn't matter that you're a man up. If you give them too much space, they can get into good positions, get the bomb down, and then the pressure is back on you. But I definitely want to shout out Yuri. We were talking about 100%. Him being a rock last time against Vitality, and a bit of a slower start to the year, but made it up in spades here on Mirage. In that A anchor position, he was seeing a lot of action, and just time and time again, whether it's a kill or a multi-kill or whatever it is, just had an absolutely stellar game here on Mirage.
It's so important that they had Yuri get going in, because being an anchor is extremely difficult, but to have an anchor that you can rely on, that's even more important also in these big stage games, because that is where the pressure is going to come at you time and time again. And we've seen that Molodar and Yekindar and also Fallen having really great games on this stage. It's good to see that Yuri decides to do that, and Yuri doing it in the grand final is a perfect timing for Yuri to find it.
100%. Let's talk about the second map in this series. That is Vitality's pick of Inferno, which means Furia choose to start on the CT side of things. Expectations, what are they setting up for map 2?
Yeah, I'm interested to see, like we talked about Furia's T-side now in the second half and some of the things they tried to exploit last time around. Is that going to affect Vitality whatsoever, right? We know obviously a lot of the focus is on Banana in this game, but Vitality had a good T-side last time around. That wasn't the problem. The problem was on the CT side. They couldn't really get things going, and they were very dominant in the first half. It's just about can't allow yourself to get complacent even for a second, right? It wasn't just that they were up 9-3, they were really dominant, so now you just need to continue that throughout the whole of 24 rounds at the minimum.
And I think the biggest thing for me when I look at Vitality now, them having to do amount of a comeback in this series, I looking back at the IEM Chengdu finals, well, they fumbled that lead on Anshin as well. It is a lot about the mental reset right now. The series is still theirs, and it's still there for them to win. And right now, it really looks like Vitality, they came out swinging, and then they had a bit of a letdown, and now they have to go back, because both teams know how to play Inferno. Both teams know how to approach it with a couple of adjustments, but right now, it's worried about all the mental.
Well, about time to see if Vitality can indeed bounce back. As we mentioned, a bit of a fumble last time they did face Furia at IEM at Chengdu, but a chance to turn the tides here. It's going down after this short break.
Hey Future Pros, over on Inferno today with a handy smoke for Moto. To throw this smoke, stand up next to this line. Aim into the sky above the edge of the roof. Then simply throw the smoke. A basic but powerful piece of utility. Great for taking space on long or as an addition to pushing up on short.
Can I get one quick comment from you about why you dropped that map in the end?
It's unacceptable. Honestly, we couldn't trade each time someone died at the beginning of the round or after 20 seconds. I said it a couple of times, but I don't know. It was really bad T-side. We deserve to lose.
Next up then, Inferno. A little bit of time to fix it, but this is remediable, right? These are a couple of things that can be nipped in the bud.
Sorry?
These are just a couple of things. Of course, you don't have that much time, but do you think you can get the boys back on track for Inferno?
We have to.
You have to.
Thank you.
There you go.
And go.
Hell of a closing to that first map here, this grand final. City, I just got a couple questions, man. You win both pistols, you're on Mirage. After that CT pistol, a little momentum. Where did it go for a little bit? It briefly disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, we knew we had a rough start to the game. I felt like we were kind of warming up, coming to the grand finals. You know, some players can feel the nerves a little bit. The game is actually more nervous than normal, so yeah, we just needed to warm up, I guess.
You guys picked into Mirage. You were limited to just 3 T rounds. I don't imagine that being part of the plan, but it seems like it came together. Any thoughts?
They were playing individually very well. We went up against the wall, honestly. They were having all the reads and everything, but I mean, we knew our CT side was very strong. That third T round was very important for us.
After the conclusion of that map, what is the mental going into Vitality's Pick'em Inferno?
Inferno is a good map for them. We are good in the map as well. It's gonna come down to game plan. We need to know what they prepared. If they pick it first, they have something prepared for us. We just need to be ready and yeah, show our best. Yes.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
What an insane ending to that first map, JL. It's incredible. I'd love to know what you think about both perspectives, but let's start with Furia. What an insane boost they must have gotten.
Oh yes, 100%. The start on T side was not perfect. They had only 3 rounds, and I feel like they played too much team game. And now it's a best of 5 when you're supposed to enjoy the game. You're supposed to play the game, interact with each other, and that's what they did on the CT side, and that's what that got him the win.
Isn't it so fun to see Molodoy when he's on fire, man?
Oh yes, the 1v2 that kept him in the game. Oh my god. He was so perfect in that clutch.
It's what dreams are made of. But then for Vitality, right? You're in the driving seat. You're expected to win that map. Everything is going perfectly. Where did they drop it?
I mean, they dropped it is because probably they wanted to win a bit too fast. They were too eager to take the fights, take the peaks. And if you're Vitality, you don't have to hurry up at all because you're the better team. Just let the game run. You'll close it out eventually.
You saw them maybe coming off stage. I talked to the coach and he said, like, this is unacceptable, right? How are they turning this around?
Yeah, take it as unacceptable and just do better in the next game. That's it.
Just do better.
Rồi, quay trở lại trận đấu thế thứ hai chúng ta trong cái map đấu Inferno, map pick và tuyển thủ bên phía của Viter để xem họ sẽ bắn như thế nào đây. Xe bắn như thế nào đây. Tôi mong các tuyển thủ bên phía của Viter sẽ vực dậy lại tinh thần của họ, có cho mình một chiến thắng giòn già. Oh shit. Nào, do vị trí của Serato đã nằm về kỳ đạn, mọi người đang phải nằm lại tiếp theo. Molodoy rất may là còn cho mình 4 máu ở đây, vẫn tiếp thêm một viên đạn nào đó. Đúng là như vậy, Molodoy có cho mình được một mạng ở đây. Molodoy đã phải nằm hay chưa? Và đã phải nằm rồi. Yuri đã có cho mình là 2 mạng trước khi phải nằm xuống ở đây. Sẽ đã thấy 1 đấu 2. Vị trí của Poland ném quả flash lên trời, nằm lại luôn ở inside. Chiến thắng đầu tiên của các tuyển thủ bên phía của team Peter. Tốt em ơi. Tốt rồi, tốt rồi. What the fuck? How? How and why? How you do that? Ôi giời ơi, chuyện là gì mà là trầm ai chính? Oh shit. Good. It's good. Good news for me. Wow, 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 wow. Rồi lại sẽ là công vào khu vực B. Ở thành công chúng mình trái bom và đó sẽ là round thứ 2. Dành cho các tuyển thủ bên phía của team Vitor TT ở đây. Tốt. Quá là tốt luôn. Let's go on the sun. I love this. I love this. Rồi, sang trận đấu tiếp theo, trận đấu này các tuyển thủ bên phía của Vitor giao trọng trách cho chính xác là không ai mua ốp ở đây cả, chỉ có duy nhất một mình vị trí của Morodor bên phía của Korea quyết định là full buy một trong mình cầu ốp rồi. Na 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 na. E o e e. O o o e e. Vị trí của Moroi mẹ mua khổ chí quá. Đúng mày nghĩ ông mua khổ round này luôn. Được thôi, cái là mấy con vợ bên kia lịnh luôn. Đấy, quá là hay, khổ quá trí từ vị trí của Morodoi. Giúp cho anh ấy có cho mình ít nhất đó là một mạng rồi. Hiện tại thì cũng gọi là khó khăn trong cái việc vào sai đến từ vị trí các tuyển thủ bên phía của Vitor. Morodoi vẫn đang cầm thổ ở đây và liệu có một mạng nữa hay không? Hình như là không rồi. Nhưng mà nói đùa như thế chứ vị trí Morodoi và cuối cùng vẫn flick được vào một đầu nữa của Apex thì phải. Thế thì khó. Thế thì khó cho Apex rồi. Cái lịt bẻ mà điêu vãi lìn được. It's fucking OP bro. 3-0. 3-0 rồi. Flame có lẽ sẽ mất cho mình tổ AK trong round này. Nhưng không sao. Không sao. Chấp nhận được. Điều chấp nhận được. Tốt rồi. Kỹ. Cái lù quạ. Đùa chứ. Bằng một cách thần kỳ nào đấy mà các tuyển thủ bên phía của Viter lại lợi thế hơn về người rồi. Đó sẽ là thứ 3 đấu 2 vị trí của Apex là người được cắt cử ra là cho mình trái bom. Mẹ 192 máu không lo đi kê đi bom cái léo gì. Một đôi vào vị trí của Yuri thì sao? Ô, quyết định là xếp từ bây giờ à? Kỹ rồi. Thế thì kỹ rồi. Bốn không. Yes sir. Quá đẹp. Ui giời ơi, quả flash trắng mặt, vị trí Fallen có cho mình một mạng ở đây rồi. Thong thả bình tĩnh thôi. Bình tĩnh thôi. Bằng cái cách tân kỳ nào đấy, vị trí của Fallen Line đầy lên, bắt được cái mạng nãy của Jiwoo trốn là đẹp rồi, nhưng mà không sao, ít nhất làm yếu máu được của vị trí Apex cũng như là vị trí của Meiji ở đây. Và đó sẽ là túc tiếp. Sẽ phải tiếp tục. Nào, cộng ở đâu có ý định cộng ở B rồi. Không, chính xác là A, đúng hơn. Đồng phết đây. Rồi, bộ đòi có một này. Ồ, thế là xong rồi. Thế là xong rồi, 1-4 rồi. Dễ. À ơi lắm. Bộ đòi cái mặt ví sĩ này là vừa rồi 5-1 từ những các tuyển thủ bên phía của Viter rồi. Tốt quá con ơi. Tốt quá. địch cùng mỡ. Không mệnh gì mà. Cày vai biểu thề. Thề luôn. Thề luôn, lại lên 2 rồi. Giờ được lên 2 thì cho các tuyển thủ bên phía của Uria rồi. Nhờn thật đấy chứ. Đùa ơi. Cay thật.
Guys, I need you to listen to me, okay? Everything what I'm saying. Listen to everything what I'm saying and do everything what I'm saying, okay? Don't do anything. Don't overthink and just listen to my calls. I know exactly how they play and what they're gonna do.
Ôi trời. Mấy cái thằng con chọc này. Mấy cái con bột này. Mấy cái con sút bột này time out rồi. Time out rồi. Ôi, nên mèo mấy con chó. Bỏ vai luôn. Rồi, mua đòi nằm. Rồi luôn, chỉ tranh nhau không phải mấy giây thôi. Đánh nhau không phải mấy giây thôi là làm rồi. Khó vãi luôn. Nghe nó chứ. Con mẹ nó chứ. 36 rồi. Đừng có lên 6 đều là được. Ui giời ơi. Ý, con mẹ mới có siêu bật. Thật đấy. Thật đấy. Nợ xa vang những nhọc nhằn không muốn về nhà về bên xoắn kể chuyện. Cày vai nổn. Rồi, xem ra thủ các tuyển thủ bên phía của Peter nào. Hiện tại các tuyển thủ bên phía của Peter đã có cho mình một chiến thắng trước đó rồi. Hoàn toàn sẽ full buy ở đây rồi. Lên Việt. Rồi. Lên Việt có 2 mạng vị trí của Apex bắn chớ. Không được cái mạng đéo nào nó chết rồi. Mất hết súng to rồi. Mô đòi có cho mình là 2 mạng này. Khê. Bắt đầu khê rồi. Ôi dài ơi. Ôi chết rồi. Tự nhiên sở bam có smoke được một mạng này chết rồi. Mô đòi bị phát hiện rồi. Cậu bị phát hiện rồi. Thôi 9-5. Điêu thật. Mẹ của sở bam có smoke điêu thật. Đây rồi. Here we are the fire. Here we are the fire. Quá điều. Địt mọi cái đầu trứng này. Gì đây? Chậm. Không sao, chiến binh thì không sao. You are the champions. Rồi, rồi này tôi nghĩ là sẽ có một chiến thắng nữa đây. Chúng ta đi từ bên phía của Peter là kê được cái trái bom này rồi. Đẩy qua chỗ. Ôi giời, rocket trái bom vỡ vặn phai điều. Đi khó hả? Cái trái bom thế đi khó. Thật sự. Phải nói với ông là một từ khó. Có điên. Mày ok, trái bom vô cùng thiếu trách nhiệm. Đây là mất luôn một round win đến từ vị trí các từ bên phía Peter. Ok. Ok, 96. Rồi. Thì nắm. I think I love the show today. I think I love this. Tech vào rồi, vấn đề gì đây? Vấn đề gì đây? Rồi, vị trí của Yuri đã nằm lại rồi. Thì sẽ có từ bên phía của Furia sẽ công như nào đây? Vị trí Flame dần vừa bỏ qua một đầu ở đây rồi. Flame dần đây. Ui trời ơi. Khó nói lắm. Có lên đẹp công quả không quyết đoán gì cả. Ủa, cái quả này không quyết đoán. Khó nói. Khó nói lắm gì Google Click hút cơ. Rồi Yekida một mình inside này, khó cậu à. Cậu quả này cậu không biết cậu thở kịp không ấy chứ. Cậu dễ đi lắm. Ui giời ơi. Mày đi. Mày đi, cái thủ bên phía của Furia lại chuẩn bị là mình trong cái tâm thế là mất người rồi. Mất người. Léo gì đây? Ôi cái léo gì đây? Ôi cái léo gì đây? 11-7 rồi. Ấy à, ấy ơi. Time out từ vị trí các tuyển thủ bên phía của Furia, các tuyển thủ bên phía của Viter vẫn không có thể nào gọi là thoải mái trong thời gian này được đâu nha. Không tự tin quá được đâu nha. Nãy vừa thua đấy. Nãy vừa thua một tỷ số như này đấy các ông nhá. Khó cậu rồi. The fuck. Bịt còn mẹ. Sao quên nhỉ? Sao quên bịt còn mẹ. Bố thì nói chứ. Nó có lợi một phiếu của Furia kìa. Rồi Yekida. Rồi điều thế đi mẹ bị thân spam qua smoke. Điều Valor. Mẹ mày điêu vờ lờ thế mà thằng win được. Thế mà nó không win được. Chó thật. Chúa má thật. Nào rồi thì Serato đã nằm rồi, chưa vào được sai, chính xác là vào được rồi đây. Còn được cái mem mé của sai rồi đây. Chờ xem được sao là được bom không chứ rồi. Click qua smoke được một mạng, đập qua cả cửa cơ. Tận 40 giây để có thể mình ngắm nghía trong chỗ là đặt bom rất là hợp lý nhất. Giờ hai thành viên bên phía của Victor không buồn gì. Ô xong bị phát hiện. Ô đòi vào một máu này. Vị trí của Yuri cũng chỉ còn một thôi. Ok. Cái nắm ấy à ơi ấy ơi ấy ơi ấy rồi round vừa rồi này có những cái match boy, round này có là những cái từ bên phía của Korea rồi. Mẹ mới thảm lửa ném ra là liên tục, mẹ mới cháy hết cả sàn rồi. Nào liệu quay về cái thế một đều được không đây? Tôi nghĩ là sẽ được thôi, nhưng cái tuyển thủ bên phía của Korea là cái tuyển thủ được đánh giá thấp hơn khá là nhiều. Dễ dàng thôi. Dễ dàng một chiêu chiêu thôi. Ủa có điên, một có điên. Ôi trời ơi, bố lạy mày. Nào bình tĩnh tự tin nào thì mới có được chiến thắng ở đây. Bình tĩnh tự tin nào thì mới có được chiến thắng ở đây. Quyết định là bình tĩnh là không ra bắn rồi, quyết định là xếp từ bây giờ rồi. Đó, bình tĩnh rất là tốt. Round sau có súng để end game, chuẩn, hợp lý. cộng 1 respect. Ồ số. Yếu. Ôi vãi lồn. Mày mình rời đỡ. Mày mình rời đỡ. Trời ơi, sao mà đỡ đây? Bố mày xin mày đấy. Thế là một đều rồi, tốt quá.
Banana close. Car. Oh no, I want guys. City. I went to box. Holding ruins for you. I'm gonna flank you all. On CT one car. City in ruins. I don't have ruins.
Banana.
Can we smoke? Guys, just
You
have money city.
Have used 2 smokes.
Yeah. Smoking now.
Smoke city.
You're full of them, Matty.
Smoke.
Dead middle. Bomb. Still.
One was banana.
Down's the guy that killed you.
I leave it then.
Careful up. Yeah, leave me.
Mid.
You can have the bomb?
One mid. Yeah.
Hey, took it.
Some.
Two pushing shot. Go out short. As look.
Can be side and pit first.
Right, yeah. Nice,
Chill.
One more him. Nice! Big boys!
City calls dead.
1 in triple, maybe one more.
Coffees, there's more coffees. He's coffees.
Coffin top.
I'm coming through it, guys. I watch CT.
Wait,
One shard, guys.
Joga pra ela, tá?
Ele vai vir bem atrasado, Rox, tá? Correndo, guys.
It's all.
Todo mundo.
Guys, you need to keep CT on time.
Here, no, they think I'm cool. Wait.
They're gonna go 2 coffins, 1 CT.
Let's pick CT.
He's got me, let's pick CT.
1, 2, 3, picking.
2 CT, one more.
Coffee's down. Play time. I push here, you see one. Yeah, coffee. I'm flashing left side, you peek. Go.
Nice, guys, let's win, boys.
I got up.
Let's win.
Let's go.
Vitality stabilized and the possibility of a Furia comeback denied. A much-needed recovery and a very welcome performance from ZywOo. 27 kills in 21 rounds, 9 multi-kills, Janko. Anyone's in for a bad time if you're going head-to-head versus that.
Absolutely unsolvable for Furia on this map. I mean, whenever his team needed something, ZywOo came through and delivered, especially in that first half, right? He was an absolute menace to deal with and reminded everyone, you know, why he's the best player in the world.
He was there, like he was everywhere. That's the thing. Like he was A, he was B, he was towards mid. Every time he'd also be in the XVX situations, he would be the one to find that opening. And they were afraid of going at him. You know, you could see the hesitation from the Furia side. But one thing is going against ZywOo when he's playing like this. Oh, sorry, when like the Woo in general. But going up against him when he plays like this, that is where it actually gets very dangerous.
Do you have any memories of playing on big stages with him where he just takes it up that notch and is wanting to humble his opponent?
Pretty much every time.
Let's dive on into it then. Round 8. This does indeed feature ZywOo alongside Flamesy. What was happening here?
I think it was problematic for Furia these rounds with advantages early on. Even in the first gun round, you know, Molotov pulled out that op in round number 3, right? Like they had some good opportunities to reset Vitality early on, and in this round as well, we heard Yekinder talk about, I know exactly what they're doing, I know how they're playing, and they were able to find another 2-man advantage in this round, but then Apex with a bit of a crazy play, but this is a misplay to some extent from Furia, that he's allowed to go through the smoke. Fallen doesn't sort of hold it from coffins initially, Yekinder dies, Fallen equalizes, but then in the 4v2, just a bit of miscommunication. Yuri too early here, flash pops now. If he just waited for the flash, or maybe the player was delayed throwing the flash, but that really is the first domino to fall. You can see now K-Cerato and Fallen on low HP, Molodoi with the op, maybe shouldn't play first in this situation, and in the end, in the 1v2, Flamesy, who's had a great finals so far, steps up in another crucial round where, you know, Vitality was a little bit in reset territory and they're able to pull out a 3v5 win.
On the Furia side, this was not the only like isolated case where Furia would have rounds they would fumble, or having a time stringing things together. So for Furia had multiple situations throughout the game where they could have went on to have a lead, they could build some bank, they could have played the decisions correctly. Around like a 4v2, it comes down to the small details. And Vitality is like, if you allow them to have these type of situations and you don't give them the respect and you play you at least misplay, and that is where it gets a little bit dangerous. And it was good to see also that now that ZywOo gets some help, right? Flamesy, he's probably the one to stand out, helping him the most. The rest of the team looking a little bit flat, but a really great clutch.
Not a lot of help,
No.
to be honest.
It was there.
We talked about Robs, and he continues to have a quiet series. Had a moment or two in the second half, right? But uncharacteristic for him. So if ever ZywOo needed to step up, it was on this map. Flamesy had the clutch, but again, not too crazy. You know, it's just been the others doing just enough, but it's been the ZywOo show on Inferno.
Weren't you siding that last time around in Chengdu? Robs also didn't have a great time, right? Is there something in the water for him versus Furia?
I don't know. I don't know if it's maybe Furia's style that doesn't suit him, or maybe they're switching things up. I'm not exactly sure, but you also feel that over the course of a best of 5, this can't keep happening, right?
Sure.
Like sooner or later, he's going to wake up and really contribute on a level that we know he can.
Yeah, he needs to warm up, you know, but, you know, he's running out of time eventually. Like, at one point, you know, the series is going to be over, and Vitality, they need their second star more than ever, and I think that he was in some sense lucky that Flamesy had the backup power to help ZywOo clutch this one out, and Robs just seems to be thinking, like, he's a guy that thinks a lot, you know, he's very cautious, he's has this great overview, but it just seems like he's maybe thinking a little bit too much this series. So.
Let's dive into that second half then. We see a little bit of a cheeky CT play from Vitality. What were you observing here, Dupree?
I think this round is also off the bat from a technical standpoint. They just had a technical timeout, and you know, this type of aggressive round where we have Messi going all the way down the bench. Luckily for Messi here, it's Robs who actually gets the kill, which means that Messi is now unknown, and that gives him a huge advantage inside the round. Fury is still working their way up Banana, and Flamesy, he knows that he can actually pounce off of this thing, and he actually gets the trade off again, gets traded, and then we go into the 3v3 situation, where this is again showcasing why ZywOo is so feared and so good. He knows that two players are still stuck down Banana, and now he's looking to find that punishment. It's actually Fury that's going to come from second mid now to try and get that frag, but he knows that he's isolated him. When he gets this kill, it's all about ZywOo falling back. You know, you can see how scared Jekandai is actually going back, and ZywOo decides to go into horse. You know, he can isolate his duels here. He does miss a shot here onto short, but at this point, they are so aware of him that it actually allows the guy coming out of library to actually end up getting the kill. And from the communication we heard, the communication snippet that we actually got before heading into the break, we could hear how much Messi was talking, and it's this depth talk that is so important. That what makes Vitality so good as well is that they will always contribute, regardless if they're in the round or not. They will always help the team, and it just helps them string the rounds together because they have the overview. So it's something that we don't get to see much of because it's like hidden inside the details.
And that's where the focus is on as well. If you're having a bad day on the server, I mean, you can help in other ways, right? You can help with communication if you're dead, and just the game sense from ZywOo falling back to go to apartments, right? Like, you can stay alive there for longer, still be a nuisance. You're buying time for your teammates to rotate in and sort of secure the round.
Yeah, we can roll the ZywOo highlights, as we always should when he has a game like this. Just from your perspective, Dupree, was he ever a player that could get affected by a slow start, let's say? Do you feel like he's a typical confidence player, or is he more cerebral within himself?
I think what stands out for him is that, of course, I think all players can you know, thrive under pressure, but also when they get into a situation where they don't really feel the confidence. But some players, they need to have like crazy action to actually get back inside the game, where he just needs to have a couple of rounds where he's feeling like he has the right reads. And the thing is, when he actually gets to this point, when he's playing this well, he becomes almost unstoppable, and he's not going to slow down the entire series. It's like he's already set the bar, he's already set the pace of how good he's going to be. So for the next maps to come, he's going to be this nuisance again. He's going to keep going for the frags. He's got the right read, and he's going to shed that fear factor into Fury even more.
And I think we're seeing a bit of there's a significant shift compared to their series from Chengdu, right? Where Furia had really strong T sides throughout. Here, it's been a bit of a struggle on T side. Obviously, on Mirage, only the 2 gun rounds, and here on Inferno, you know, they couldn't get momentum until it was really too late. So they'll have to find some answers, seeing as the next map is Nuke. They're going to have to start on the T side. You know, I don't think they can count on winning this final, but by having 10 rounds on CT side like they did on Mirage.
Yeah, tell me a bit about your perspective coming into Nuke, as Janko said. Furia choosing this ground, so they will have to start on that T side. Do you think that's going to be a hard challenge for them to get out ahead of?
Well, we saw what happened yesterday, right? They came off the bat from a really good get-go, and I think that this is a must-win for Fury. I mean, that's just how it is. I think if Fury doesn't clinch Nuke out, I think it's going to be extremely hard for like the remainder of the games. I think that Fury, you know, even though they were surprised yesterday playing it, I think that they are now in a position where they are just playing off confidence on the map. I don't think they have to go and dig deep to find like big plays in terms of like the tactical department. I think it's more about just playing out the rounds that they do, let Jekandai work that space towards Secret and then string out the rounds, because that is where sometimes Vitality they can have their issues. And I think Fury has already proved multiple times throughout this event that they have a really strong Nuke, and now they just need to get that confidence back since we have reset.
It didn't sound like that though when Fallen came up here, right? We weren't expecting it necessarily to be going to Nuke. So where do you think the confidence level's at for them?
Well, I think they're fine. The issue is also yesterday they won a lot of clutches. I mean, they were winning, you know, there was the Fallen Kinder 2v4, there were some Molodoi rounds in there. It's not like they just outplayed Spirit completely tactically. It's more like they just on an individual level were better. I wonder if Robs' performance is going to play any part in how they decide to approach their T side, right? Because usually he's such a rock towards that ramp area. And the thing about Robs that was really annoying when you play against him is he seems to always know when he can leave ramp and help fight outside, and when he should stick on ramp and sort of they're just faking outside presence and they're going to come his way. So he really can help a lot Apex and ZywOo with some of those outside fights. So I wonder what Furia's approach is going to be to that. Are they going to try to sort of lure him away, take Ram space, or maybe focus on something else.
Only time will indeed tell, and it is time for us to be going to a break. Vitality and Furia now sitting at 1 map apiece in this best-of-5 grand final. Nuke will decide who claws an inch closer to the trophy here in Kraków.
Мы представляем будущее. И наши фантазии пугают нас.
An op IGL hasn't won a major since 2016. In a time of Simple, Zaivu, now Monacy, it will not happen again.
Кэддин опережает планы на 3 месяца.
6 months.
Откуда ты вообще это знаешь?
Нам нужен сильный ростер. Я соберу тебе лучших из лучших.
Они не будут бояться этого плейстайла, пока не поймут его. И не поймут его, пока не столкнутся с ним.
It cannot be done, not like this. Counter-Strike is evolving and Jame is moving backwards. It's slow, it's lethargic. If Valve ever introduces MR12, it will be because of this guy. Consequences of his success could be catastrophic.
Cannot be done.
James, the Redeemer, in Rio.
Are you telling me that if they make playoffs, there's a chance it could destroy the entire crowd?
He's still going to go for it. He picks up that one. They got the right pieces. Stafstan and James in chasing this dream. Labelled as boring. Today they're labelled as vintage.
Now I am become death, destroyer of crowds.
We're all squared up here, Vitality. They struck back. Let's talk a little bit, JL, about how the communication must have been like and how it generally is when things get so hectic.
I mean, when it gets hectic, I feel like you lose a lot of the important communication, but what's most important for me is to not lose communication.
Right.
I'd much rather have it be hectic, be chaotic, but you still have to communicate. You have to say what you're doing. You have to say what you have to do. And yeah.
Yeah, we saw a snippet from Yakinder there. It was, of course, the losing map for Furia, but he kept trying to keep people focused, that they weren't tilting. He also was calling a lot in that map. That's an interesting situation, right? That you have, of course, Fallen, who does a lot of the legwork, but Yakinder also.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to take control of the game. The Fallen cannot be the only one that's leading the troops, because Yakandar is in very important positions like Banana and Inferno, so he has to take that role, and somebody has to take control of the spirits and to keep people in check.
Is Furia bouncing back?
I mean, really depends on Furia. I mean, Inferno is not their best map. I can safely say that. But if they do manage to play as they did on Mirage, there's no one. I mean, it's only that Vitality that can stop them.
It's true. And Nuke is up next.
Hey, let's grab you right out of this game. Let's look at what happened. You've got Nuke going ahead of you, but in this moment, aside from Vitality shooting hard in these moments, what are they doing in the server? What's going on here?
So basically they had a very good game plan. This side we didn't have a scored varsity, but I think we didn't have our right defense on point on some of the key rounds. Economy was on their side for the entire game, so it was very hard for us to bounce back.
What do you think the most annoying aspect of playing Vitality today is? What is the most annoying thing about their playstyle?
I have to say Zion.
Yeah.
I have to say the men's hitting hard.
Yeah.
So let's see what waits us next games.
Good luck on Nuke.
Thanks, man.
Rồi, sang map đấu tiếp theo, map nước map bách của các tuyển thủ bên phía của Furia nào. Công trước thế này thì gãy rồi, công thế này thì gãy rồi. 4 đấu 3 sẽ là 4 đấu 3. Sẽ là 4 đấu 3, nhưng cái thế 4 đấu 3 này thì chỉ còn 1 rồi. 1v4, chính xác là 1v3 là xin lỗi. Khê là khê. Đến nơi rồi, ôi trời ơi các em mình ơi, vô lý chưa? Why you don't pass score? Why? Tell me why? 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 Trời ơi, trượt dài trên. Ôi da. Chưa thấy độ. Chưa thấy gì rồi. 4-0 rồi. Con ma cái lồn gì thế này? Ý vậy. Cho bố mẹ. Như nào? Năm không rồi, nó dễ quá. Ôi dồi ôi. Ôi giời ơi. Ôi giời ơi. Lừa hết rồi. What the fuck, 6-0 rồi, map big quá thế này. Bố chúng mày lừa hết rồi. Ảo giác rồi, tất cả là ảo giác rồi. Rồi xong 6-0, 7-0 luôn. Chó thật. Chó thật. You want the key thing right? Ôi 8-0 luôn công đây rồi, lại là anh người thì có thể của mình phía của Peter rồi. Rồi Korea mất hết người. Mất hết người. Hết người rồi. 8-0 rồi. Wow. Wow. Xứng đáng. Xứng đáng. Quá xứng đáng. Không vết xương. Sợ thật. Thăm trận 8-0 không vết xương. Bực hết cả chó. khó chịu quá. Mẹ nó, con mẹ nó, ủa sao? Dài ơi, 9-1 rồi. Ủa đi. Đấy nha. Nào 3 đấu 2 giờ chỉ một mình vị trí mô đòi inside không hóa can, liệu cân 3 hay không đây, và đó là không. 1 đấu 1 còn chưa ăn thua. Thật gỡ đi. Cỡ mới nữ rau cuối rồi. Liệu có thể từ bên phía của Peter có cho mình chiến thắng 11-1 hay không đây? Rau cuối là happy đấu thứ nhất nào. Liệu rằng vẫn đang mẹ nhá rất tốt, nhá là liên tục quăng đồ liên tục đến từ vị trí các tuyển thủ bên phía của Furia đây, vẫn chưa thể vào sai. Pick bắn khó này đây. Corso. Vị trí của Serato đã nằm thêm một mạng nữa của Yuri. Rồi 4 đấu 2. Inside Yekida, vị trí Fallen mà được, không biết là có sống được hay không. Cái đoạn vào được thôi, sống được hay không thì chưa biết cơ. Nào, bình tĩnh nào. Không xong rồi. Đéo hiểm 4 đấu 2 thua. Đéo hiểm với con chó bên phía của Furia. Bắn nhiều vãi lìn. Rồi, Samuel công có thể từ bên phía của Vitality xem bọn sẽ công như thế nào đây khi mà vị trí cái từ bên phía của Furia này. Nào, Yekida có một mạng của Drops rồi, 2 mạng có từ bên phía của Peter phải nằm xuống rồi. Rồi, Zivu có mình là 2 mạng này. Molodor còn 5 máu ở đây cũng không xứng đáng tính là 1 mạng đâu. Nhưng còn súng được còn nói chuyện nha. Yekida Inside bị phát hiện rồi. Thế là cái thế 2 đấu 2 ở đây. Thế này thì lại lợi thế dành cho vị trí của 2 thành viên còn lại bên phía của Peter rồi. Sướng. Sướng thật. Sướng thật. Có ngay ra tháng đầu tiên ở đây. Quá ngon, phải nói là quá ngon. Chiến thắng đầu tiên là những cái về phía của Vitor. Mày nó thắng ngay trong round. Cái map pick của từ bên phía của Furia cho chúng nó sợ luôn. Sợ chưa? Chúng mày sợ chưa? Map pick đấy, 40 sim. The fuck? Vô lý vãi lồn. Mày đánh vô lý vãi lồn. Dễ dàng rồi. Hai mẹ match point tới nít rồi. Bây giờ cái trời ơi, cái match point nó dễ như bẫng thế này mà giờ không. 12 kìa, 2 rồi. 12-2 rồi. Ôi giời ơi, thế còn gì mẹ mày khó hơn cái việc 2-1 ở đây thì nhớ từ phía của Peter nữa. Ôi chết rồi, vừa mới nói xong lại về cái thế 4 đấu 3 là còn nguyên dành cho các tên thủ bên phía của Furia nha, còn nguyên nha. Ôi rồi, chào bé Lê Nhân Đạt nha. Không biết rằng là bé còn ở đó chúng ta. Giờ đó là 2-1.
Nog main.
City vent.
Flashing B, going door.
One city vent.
I'm going door as well.
It's all in.
Go ahead. I'm ready to cross, Malik.
And hurt, right side.
Right side there.
Ramp push and gaat, ramp push and gaat. Ramp hem gaat, ramp hem gaat.
1 down second. Okay.
Planting for heaven. I'll go top plat.
Up one.
Defense dead.
Right. After.
Both, no?
Both.
Lobby.
Nice!
Nice. Let's go.
There's destruction, and then there's that. This wasn't just Furia's choice, this was meant to be one of their most comfortable maps, and they got absolutely torn to shreds. And unlike Inferno, Yanko, this wasn't just the ZywOo show. This was Vitality firing on all cylinders to quickly dispatch a Furia.
Maybe Furia got confused. We said banger, not banged out. You know, but yeah, I think also it's problematic. Now you see, right? Like if you told me 2 months ago, Furia's gonna pick Nuke into Vitality, I'd be like, what? You know, that doesn't make too much sense with Overpass being open. And I think they're going off of recent results and maybe Vitality stats on the map. But I think just historically with these lineups, Furia better suited for Overpass, Vitality better suited for Nuke, and they've showed us why.
And just looking at the Furia this game, they couldn't really get anything going. It was like constantly losing the opening fights. They never got the space. Whenever they got the space, they would have someone on, just like back on Mirage, someone doing double kills. And ZywOo once again just being a nuisance towards them, always finding and being in the right position. It's something that is so hard to deal with. But also overall, just Furia also being a little bit hesitant. Like you could see that the confidence that they really had on Mirage is now slowly like oozing out of them. They don't really get into the same kind of positions. They don't get the same kind of situations. And overall, Furia just didn't really look like a team that was competing for titles here.
Let's dive into some of the CT side looks then that we saw from Vitality. We begin with round 6, Dupree. What have you got for us here?
So round 6 is one of these things that I really want to show why ZywOo is just so good. You do see Yuri getting the first kill in hot here, but then ZywOo takes matters into his own hand, gets up close with the AWP close to hot, and this position is so hard to clear out. He gets the guy, then drops this smoke. The smoke is the key in this specific round. It creates this wall that he can play around, and he knows that he can work the angles, and they can't use the utility. Doesn't even get burned, gets the second one in main, and then slowly just angle by angle searching for this third kill, gets the guy behind door as well. And at this point, one thing is he gets 3 kills, that's what it is, right? But he also buys so much time that he has all his team does rotating back into the bomb site and closing it out. And it's just this that makes it so hard, because if this would have been pretty much any other AWPer, maybe the guy from main would have swung. Maybe the guy coming out down would have been a little bit faster. But it's the reasoning why they're so afraid is because it is ZywOo. They can see that in the kill feed. He is bringing so much fear to that server.
Just his awareness too. I mean, he knows exactly what Furia is doing in that round as soon as he kills Yuri, right? He knows it's supposed to be an A split happening, throws the smoke to create confusion and buy himself some cover. You know, a lot of other players in that situation, they would do that and then they would hold the main angle from Tetris or from Hot, right? And wouldn't create as much confusion, wouldn't buy as much time perhaps for their teammates. And yeah, he's been on a tear this whole final.
Let's hear from the Vitality side of the equation from round 6 in this mic'd up moment.
I think so, yes, soon. Leave ramp.
We did it in
Carry doors.
Outside as well, careful main. Nothing like that.
Doesn't get hurt. Carry door.
Careful main. Just careful timings.
Molly's hurt.
Good man. One door. Careful they go around.
One main as well.
Main as well, main.
Main and door. Main and door.
Main, 2
Door.
One.
You know Apex and Zywoo better than I do, Dupree. Is that a similar cause to what you were experiencing back in your Vitality time?
It sounds a little chaotic, right? That's the whole. That's probably the first impression you get. But it's what they used to. That's how they also was communicating back then. But they put pressure on the right things. The whole main that there can be multiple guys coming from main, and that puts Zywoo in a position where he's aware of that, and then he gets the kill and he just plays out of intuition afterwards. But it's a team that they're communicating obviously, but it sounds chaotic. But if they're used to that, then everything's rolling.
It's all about the teamwork, Freya, right? Apex does the communicating and Zywoo does the killing.
Oh yeah,
that's exactly what Xtaz said to me. Let's take a skip to round number 8. You were impressed with some of the aggressive plays that we saw from the CT side from Vitality.
I mean, impressed, yes. It was honestly sad seeing some of these rounds transpire, for the side of Furia. Molotov, boosted up, can't really connect on the flick. Apex with the aggressive play. They get team flashed here. I mean, Molotov is holding this, gets flashed by his own teammate. Mezzi is holding a bomb site on lockdown, finds both csgo and Yuri, and it's 125. They're in a 2v4. They can't even get to Secret. Mezzi gets a third on Yekinder, and it's just fallen in a 1v4 with the op, getting hunted down by the rest of the Vitality players. And these rounds are so dominant, so one-sided, where you're struggling to see the silver lining for Furia going into the rest of this final.
And this specific move is actually one of Apex's favorite ones. He just likes to get up close to main and then have Zywoo covering either on silo or down low in Yari. And if there is this smoke, he will take pot shots through it just to create the distraction, right? And the reaction from Furia is, they're kind of forced into this position because there are multiple players out in the yard. You're really shutting down that first force, and then Yuri trying to come out from door, trying to find openings there. But it's just they have to go through smokes, they have to go through like all these very uncomfortable situations. So Vitality applying that much pressure really puts it hard.
Okay then, Janko, what could Furia have done? You said you were heartbroken for them. In that particular instance, what do they do to make sure that Vitality can't get away with that?
I'm not sure what happened today where Mezzi gets both csgo and Yuri. Maybe the outside is just a distraction for them to make a timing play, and Mezzi is on point. He was on point the whole nuke, right? And also, again, a little bit of miscommunication where Mulder is just holding the smoke, but there's a flash coming in from his teammate, where he gets blinded by it, and we've been seeing this throughout this final, just some of those small errors from the side of Furia where they're not on the same page. One player is offering help, but the other guy isn't really ready for it, or maybe he doesn't want it. And usually this flows really well, and it's sort of comes to them naturally. But here, they seem to be a little bit off.
It's just out of sync, right? It just feels like they're not really playing the game towards for each other. They're not helping each other as they were supposed to do. On also looking back at the previous in the game, but you also just got to give it to Vitality. They're just playing extremely well Counter-Strike right now. They're helping each other. They know where they have each other, and they play off each other so well. So that's also when they get into this kind of system and things start rolling for Vitality, it is hard to do something against it.
Well, we touched upon the individuals, so let's check in with the finalists for our DHL MVP.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
That's the question we have been asking all weekend long. Who will be taking home our DHL MVP? Zywoo has been very familiar with these as of late. Janko, is he stealing your vote here?
I think most definitely. I think whatever happens in this final, he's the MVP. Even if Furia wins the last two maps, you have a hard time seeing how anyone can surpass him. At this point, especially early on in the final where his teammates have been struggling to find their form, he definitely put the team on his back.
Okay, I raise you a Flamesy. Of course, great map number 1 didn't translate into a W for Vitality, but maybe, just maybe, could he tempt you to breathe?
I mean, I think he's had a really solid tournament, not only in the playoffs, but also in the group stage. He does so much of the heavy lifting, also making so many entries for the likes of Vitality. You can really not count him out. He's been really instrumental in this grand final already.
You want to know where my vote's going? Of course. Never a patriot until it comes to British Counter-Strike, and that is indeed Mezzi. No, all jokes aside, of course, Zywoo is just looking lights out at the moment, but incredible form from Mezzi, particularly on this map and in some very difficult positions as well, right?
I hate to break it to you, Freya, but Messi will never win an MVP as long as Zywoo's on that team.
Yeah, I feel like the entirety of Vitality experienced that, so it's just something you have to agree to.
There's a case Robs might have been a little bit robbed at the major, but that's a whole
that's a whole nother story. Let's talk about it. The fourth map in this potential best of 5. You spoke about it, Janko. You feel like this could have and maybe should have been Furia's pick. It goes the other way around and turns into Vitality's. Why is that?
Yeah, I think it's weird. I mean, Dupree can testify to this as well. Sometimes when you look at the team from the outside, you have a certain perspective, but on the inside, there's different things going on. Because for us, you know, you're thinking Furious should still be going for overpass often. They were so good on the map towards the end of last year. A lot of other teams, it's a weakness for them, but it has fallen out of favor for them recently. And sometimes it can be just you losing, you know, that feel for the default. You feel like you've been doing the same thing for so long that people have now countered you, and you're struggling to find some different answers.
And it's just such a hard map when you're playing on the T side to find the openness, because it requires you to sometimes gamble, specifically towards A bomb side. It also requires you to sometimes have these pops towards B. Like, you need to have directions in both maps, otherwise it's just going to be too easy for the CTs to always have this kind of approach to where they're heading. And I really want to dive into what Vitality is doing so good on their CT sides. You know, I've been inside that engine room, and one of those things that I think that they're so good at, obviously, is that the two main characters of Vitality, having Saiwu and Robs playing A. You really like to see Robs going up towards the balloon area up here, and then you have Saiwu helping out, covering. Oh, if they could teleport, that would make them a really good team. Let me do some drawing for you instead. So Robs really being the guy going up to balloons, Saiwu then having this line here, and then that's like their go-to, right? If they want to be aggressive, then sometimes they will mix it up with having Apex also coming from long, being this guy that's ready to pounce whenever they get contact up here. Sometimes you do see Apex being down in underpass as well, throwing grenades to then, you know, create a diversion that the guy playing balloons is actually not him, but the guy that's playing in underground. Another important thing is also that Apex, he really loves to be theory crafting. He likes to be in the head of his opponent and always trying to be a couple of steps ahead. And since he's the rotator guy on this map specifically, he's also likes to start heaven. He likes to sometimes also be helping them towards A, but whenever he starts onto the B bombs, he likes to be in this area. He likes to, you know, spam through here. He likes to flash out Flames a lot out to the short area. And Apex, he just always try to think ahead. What is my opponent going to be thinking? How is it going to be? And another important thing that I think is sometimes a little bit overlooked when it comes to the map is that this area right here is actually something we used to be calling like the utility pool. It's actually where we drop a ton of utility. That would be like flashbangs. So that actually indicates that the player playing in this area will actually be able to help with flashbangs coming up here. If the T's are starting to walk down here, he can help players in any positions. It can be players out here, it can be for Monster, it can be the guy flashing up here. He can even, and sometimes if he's playing super passive, he can actually throw flashes behind the players on A. So this specific area right here is sometimes very overlooked, but it's actually an area that we used a lot to be able to help the entirety of the map.
Very interesting. I love that insight, because it's not often that we go and look at, okay, Apex's positions on many maps, right? He's not necessarily the one you want to be or need to be firing on all cylinders, but it's those little details that are going to make the difference for the game plan for Vitality, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very important on overpass that you're connected on the CT side, right? Because Vitality last time around in Chengdu did a great job of being aggressive on A early on, mixing it up with some early aggression, but also mid-round aggression. So when Apex would, as a third player, go to A, and they would try to retake some of the control that they've consciously given away, and that's when you'll see Mezzi and Flames UMB, you know, smoke Monster or smoke short and play for Monster, because you want to buy time for that re-aggress to happen. And if they find a kill, the T's might say, okay, they re-aggress in A, let's just react B, and then they need to go through a smoke, or you have a good crossfire setup. Like, that's what you're trying to set up. And last time Furia was struggling to find an answer for that aggression.
That's exactly what I was pointing at, because if you're on the receiving end playing on the teaser, that is difficult because you have so many things that you need to be aware of. You have all the aggressions towards A, also in terms of pushing out Monster, but also out short. And for the Furia side, they did have issues when they played the last time. They would, I mean, if you're Furia and you're looking to go towards A, would you rather, obviously facing Saiwu and Robs, or would you rather go towards B, having Flames in Macy? I mean, I know what I would be picking, right? But it is about creating the diversion and creating the space on A that is difficult, because you need a lot of utility and you need to be very cautious. The thing is, Furia had a hard time figuring that out. That means they went towards the B bomb side, and when they played it against, I believe it was Aurora or something, oh no, Astralis, sorry, they do win a lot against that B bomb side, and that will create the idea for Vitality that Furia is now looking to go towards B a little bit more. Are they going to be heading towards A? You know, it creates this mind game they need to figure out. But in the Furia camp, you know, it's all about solving the A issue right now.
Just very quickly, I don't often ask for predictions, but potentially this could be the final map. Do you think it's going to be the final map in this best of 5?
I want to believe in Furia. I want to believe in a close series still. You know, not much to base that on, but perhaps they will find that flare on overpass that they think that they've lost.
Yeah, if they can get started, you know, on the City side and just really just pounce them and have a good. They don't have to work that much for LNT side, so there's a case. But I do want to see a fifth.
Yeah, a chance for Furia to be bouncing back, and they need to grab this one hands-on. Otherwise, it will be Vitality's hands hoisting the trophy here in Kraków. It's going down on Overpass, potentially the final map of this series if Vitality have anything to do with it. It's going down in just a few.
Let me change my name on Steam, because it means a little bitch in French.
And you have a picture of Matt?
Yes.
Yep. This is my least favorite part of deathmatch, is the pistol only.
Yeah, no, the pistol headshot is the worst. Like the pistol headshot. Look, I didn't lie to you. I still have my frags from this morning.
It's because the way people move in pistol headshot only.
Yeah.
They're like jumping around, and they're just doing these stupid jiggle.
They go back like the all mates. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm raging more in game than in deathmatch in general.
But people playing deathmatch to win, it's like, come on, hold on, we're doing it to warm up.
Oh, I'm actually good right now.
You're actually sick right now.
And yeah, I think that people just, what people do is left, right.
Yeah.
Left, right. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They don't try to, I don't know, me, I'm trying on my picks and I don't care about my score, so I go the way I'm gonna pick people. It's a 600 Hz, I think. That's why I'm good.
We've already hit some banger shots, so don't worry, we got that on tape.
Yeah, that's good.
What do you, when it goes to the second round weapons, what's your combo? Are you doing the Deagle Scout?
No, MP9.
Okay, you're that guy.
I'm this MF in deathmatch, just jumping and trying to kill people. I just, of course, with the, it's changed to his crosshair now.
Oh,
he has binds or what?
Everything's changing.
Yes, but it's fallen, I think. He has his own binds. He didn't change from me, so as he has his config. But I think, yeah, like I tried the MP7 though, which is like pretty powerful. The only thing is, I can't play like a monkey, like jumping everywhere. Extra with the MP7, it's more like an aim weapon
it's
right
bursting,
now.
yeah.
And it's really slow, like the way you run now. So I shot him. Doing this stuff, right? That's what people will do when they reload. So now, yeah. Oh, what? What the hell are those binds? I need to change this one. No way.
I don't even know what command that is. Yeah, they went full screen.
It changed to 2 crosshairs because it's his bind. I don't know it. Okay, it's on the mouse. Okay, I don't need to touch the mouse. I'm also a guy. I'm happy that they removed the thing for the silencer on CS2.
Oh yeah, right.
Because in this match, when I'm bored or when I hold the line in CS, I'm doing right click.
Okay.
Then I keep, I'm ADHD a bit. I can't like stand still and do like ropes. You know, I'm not that character.
Yeah.
So for me, I just need, if I hold the line, I'm fine, but I need to have something else to keep like being focused.
Staying active.
Yeah, exactly.
Let it snow. Boys, Nicola, Damian, here are some gifts from me. Nikola Kovic, Damian. Thank you. Open, check it, enjoy. A book. The Art of War. One of the most influential works on strategy of all time.
Good thinking. It was actually on my list of reading.
Ooh, a book? Learn Mandarin Chinese? No, it's always good to expand your horizons. Oh, for the Chinese fan base. Now it makes sense. Maxim, brother, give a gift to Nicola. That one.
What do we have here? A checkersport?
Chess. Zonik always told me that Glaive was a mastermind. Don't worry, bro. We actually got another one for you, Damian. This thing. You will love it for sure, man. Take it. Yeah, open up.
What about me, boys? Don't you worry. We're saving the best for last.
A tent? Yeah, I mean, you never know when you need a tent, right?
Super useful.
I see what this is. You want me to do the team building expedition? For example.
Nico, come on, bro. Oh, boys. The management have spoiled us this year. Everyone ready? Oh. Brother, let's go!
Блять. Maxim, it's your bestie, no? Come on, guys. There's not enough space in this team for Donk. Not by kicking Tesses. Who said it has to be Tesses? Works on strategy. You never know when you need a tent. Expand your horizon.
Don't you worry, my friend.
Nikola Kovac. Classic. Shout out to Ross for the sleeping bag though. Real comfy.
Vitality is on match point. Their pick of Overpass coming up next, but the Tauron wants to see all 5 maps. I do too, but what did you think about Vitality in that last one? They look definitely on.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If Vitality can keep firing on the same amount of cylinders in the next map, it's over for Furia.
What clicked for them so hard that they ran over Furia so hard?
The team.
Yeah.
I feel like Mirage was Furia, played well as a team. Inferno, it was all on Zaibu. But Nuke, it was the whole team of Vitality that went, I don't know, very hard.
Super Saiyan. And you know yourself also when you're up on a stage like that and things start going your way and you start winning a few more clutches. That creates intense momentum, right?
Yes, and a lot of confidence. So just feed off of it. Keep going and don't look back. Just think about the next round. That's it.
Furia, they of course have something to fight against. They still have a map in their back pocket. But again, this is a 5-mapper. So it's becoming more uncertain territory for both of the teams. But still Vitality that went for Overpass. What do you think about this one for Furia?
Ooh, I mean, in the best of 5, the maps, I don't think it makes a difference. Only the first map picks do make a difference, but then afterwards it's just uncharted territory for both teams. In the best of 3, you get 1 map pick each. In the best of 5, you just ban your maps and then you play it afterwards. So I think Overpass could be anyone's game, but now Furia have to face Zaibu and Vitality. That's crazy.
Yeah, on Overpass, give me one name from Furia and why you want to see that person perform. Who's the key?
I want to see a whole of Furia perform because even if Moldog steps up, I don't think that's enough to beat Zaibu and Vitality. So I want Furia firing on all cylinders and just focus.
Okay, I want a Molodoi masterclass to bring us to map 5. I do. Let's see if it happens.
Bow your heads, gentlemen. Nah, I'm just kidding. You're going to raise them up now. What did you guys come dressed as today? I think you look like, was that a Charizard? What is that?
I'm Pikachu.
Okay, yeah, Pikachu. What are you?
I'm Charmander. So.
Okay. Who wins in the fight between Pikachu and Charmander in the game, of course?
Oh. Okay, he's bigger. He's bigger, okay?
All right, we'll leave it. How about in the fight in the server right now? Who's winning this grand final? If you look at Vitality, you look at Furia, where are your allegiances?
I think Furia have amazing crowd here, but they are not going to make it. They are not going to make it.
They're getting a little outshot. What do you got?
Vitality. The trophy stays in Europe.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Is this your guys' first IM?
Yes, it's my first time.
Yeah?
Yes.
What do you think so far?
Amazing. I think in Kraków it's much better in Katowice. We have more people.
I didn't say that. You said that. What do you think, man?
Oh, I mean, crowd is perfect. I see that when everybody like, woo, let's go Furia, and then in opposite side there's let's go Vitality. We see that The crowd is live here. I love it. I love it.
You guys have been playing Counter-Strike a while, I'd imagine. Would you come back to the Intel Extreme Masters?
Yes, for sure. Absolutely.
Well, anything you want to say?
Let's go Vitality!
Yes, fair enough. Same?
Let's go!
Let's go. Vamos.
Remy, since you have a little bit more time, I presume you're a lot happier than after that first map.
Yeah, no, it's better. We are playing our game, so of course I'm satisfied, but the job is not done yet.
It isn't, but where have you seen the most improvement, the improvement that you needed to see over these last 2 maps?
I think we are more relaxed. We try to play together. We train more each other, etc. So it was the key. So far, especially the city side, it was really great.
Okay. What's your gut tell you? Is it going to be over on overpass, or are we going 5?
We never know.
We never know. Good luck.
Yo, man, give me something. Give me something. Give me some aggression. Yeah. Perfect. Nice.
Putain, t'as ton tour de prep là, c'est relou.
Calme-toi, tout va bien. Ça va bien se passer. T'es pas comme ça normalement.
At least I was locked in.
What is that? Bro think he's Professor X.
What the fuck?
Oh no, not the bees.
I've made a huge fucking mistake.
Let's go, Nico! Nice, Nico! Let's go!
Right then, Kraków, if they've sent me out, you know it's time for some hype. You having a good time? Before we find out, because we're 60 seconds away from the 4th and maybe final map, maybe it'll go to 5, can I say thank you to every person here. A new home for this tournament. You've been amazing. Round of applause for yourself. Every single one of you. But now the question, and this is the question, who is going to take this trophy home? So let's be louder than we have been every single day here. Is it going to be Vitality? Or is it going to 5? Is it going to be Furia? One more time. Is it going to be Vitality? Is it going to be Furia? Map 4, baby. It's inbound.
Rồi, quay trở lại với map đấu Overpass, map thứ 4 của chúng ta. Map pick với cùng của bên phía của Victor để xem họ có giành cho mình cái chiến thắng ở đây hay không. Nếu mà giành chiến thắng có lẽ sẽ là một trận thắng 3-1. Để dò ta nhìn cái lồn gì đây rồi. Đưa cậu. Đưa cậu. Một không dễ dàng cái từ của bên phía của Victor. Quay đến lực thì có một đỡ. Bên kia có một đỡ hộ. Của em nó bảo càn quét bành trướng lãnh địa, nó càn quét hết. Rồi, dễ dàng có mình chiến thắng 2-0 cho cái thủ bên phía của Peter rồi. Tốt. Rồi, mẹ nó bắn như cái máy vậy. Sợ thật. Không ngơi nghỉ. Mẹ mày. Sợ thế nhỉ? Nào, không có bài công có được của bên phía của Peter trong round này sẽ là như nào đây? Liệu có đáng để học hỏi hay không đây? Nhìn nó được từ bên phía của Korea đái lắm rồi. Đái từng bãi vậy này. Thế lắm rồi. Nào. What the fuck? Shit. The fucking shit. Chí bày. Whatever. Rồi, 3-3 nào. Mình cháy bom rồi. Số bao đứng cùng một chỗ này thì khó thủ rồi. Tôi nghĩ luôn là có thủ bóng mắt. Nhớ. Ba ông đứng cùng một chỗ này có thủ bóng mắt. Giờ chỉ mong một save thôi. Ôi ôi. Lo mà trốn đi con này mày đi đấy, mày là mày đi đấy. 3-0 thế thế thôi là tí vì được cắn không, quá đẹp là những cái dùng được phiếu của Peter. Vậy này nữa, trời ơi trời. Ôi trời, giờ fake ra mày làm 3 mạng rồi. Xương mà chỉ thế thôi, không cho bú thêm thôi. Mình đẹp, tình đẹp lý rồi. Cuốn này cái thằng Flame dẹp này cho nó cái A xem nào, mình cân 5 thế nào cũng cho cố cái thằng Flame dẹp này. Ôi giời ơi. Đúng cái xác khô luôn. Mẹ nó chứ tí chắc còn cái xác khô. Xác khô được về với các bụi. Cát bụi cuộc đời. Rồi, năm không tới nơi rồi. Năm không tới nơi rồi. Wow. Hơn. Rồi, ngay. Sắp không tới nơi rồi. Rất là điên thế. Mà điên vừa đúng rồi. 6-0 à? Chung này thì dễ 6-0. Nice. Inside. Người gì kỹ lắm, người gì người đợi à? Ủa? Người gì kê vào đấy được quá. Đúng liên tục. Để kìa. Hai chết. Sốt rồi. Sốt rồi. Bố toán cái gì không cái này trời. Two more. Rồi, vị trí cầu lồng tốt này, có cho mình một mạng này. Rồi, nhưng mà vị trí của Zivu với Zivu đổ nhau sướng. Tốt. Rồi, sao đây? Rồi, sao đây? Rồi, 2 đổi 2. Rồi, sao? Phải không phải làm gì. Có ai yêu cầu chúng mình phải làm nhiều đâu. Rồi, trời ơi. Gì này? Rồi. Quá xa đá. Rồi. Dạ, có ta. Có dữ vậy ta. 4 đấu 5 nha. Từ từ thôi nha. Là 1 đấu 3 rồi. Chết rồi. Lỗ rồi. Mình vào bên phía của ấy gãy hết rồi. Gãy cái cặp nó. Về cái cạch đó. Bốn năm. Chưa bao giờ mất niềm tin với mình. Chưa bao giờ. Yêu. Giá dối. Rồi lại không cậu. Cái này đúng khó cậu. Có T 5 đều rồi. Mấy con lợn bên phía của Peter với đừng có nhà chúng nó nữa. Tao biết chúng mày bắn hay hơn thật mà. Chúng mày đừng có nhà được không ạ. Rồi đấy. Lấy cái lợi thế đi. Lấy cái 3-1 đi cho xem nào. Cứ nhà làm cái léo gì. Sợ thật. Rồi. Phải thấy chứ. Cái gì đấy? Trời ơi. Ôi trời ơi, chịu là cái trái bom ấy khó thế. Xem có thế này. Phụ niệm luôn. Đây vẫn phải là phụ niệm luôn. Anh nhìn vãi cả nhìn. Vãi cả nhìn. Vãi nhìn. Trời ơi. Trời ơi. Xong cậu. Xong cậu rồi. Cậu vàng đi rồi ông giáo. Nhìn mẹ cậu vàng đi luôn rồi ông giáo à.
right side monster.
Yeah, you
Can you
want
hit? I'll actually, yeah. I do default. I'm playing close.
But I can't come close to you shot.
Yeah. Ready to pick. Two side.
Yep, that's close.
Side.
Dan, you're insane.
Oh no, no good idea. I'm the best idea you play with.
Ồ, con mẹ nó cũng đéo là mấy con vợ bên phía của Peter để thua rồi. Không một rồi. Chỗ nào? Ui đừng. Ui đừng chó ơi đừng nhá. Ui đừng làm thế với cao nhá. Ồ xong 86 rồi. 86 rồi. Chịu rồi. này turbo mới chịu rồi. Thế bao giờ không chui. Rồi, triple lần đã nằm. Ồ, đéo là xếp nhưng tiếp xuống lại được 2 khẩu súng to này, sướng chưa? Đang từ xếp lại được 2 khẩu súng, sướng. Êm ngay. Êm ngay. Nào 3 đâu 3. Rồi Jiu nào. Móc có nổi không chưa? Chúng nó móc không nổi đâu. Cái đạn đấy nhờ. Cái đạn đấy nhờ. Kỹ vào nhờ. 1 đấu 2 nhớ. Có solo không? Trông hết rồi. Trông có vẻ là hết rồi. Không có gì đặc biệt hơn nữa rồi. I got you, bro. I got you. Rồi, 6996 rồi. Khá là khoai thời điểm này rồi. Xin nói. Nhận ra thì mình xin nói. Yuri Molodoi. Công ty mình tương đối máu rồi. Nhờn chưa được nữa. Hầu kỹ quá. Mẹ hai bên đánh chắc quanh. Chắc chắn quá. Rồi. Giờ chỉ một mình vị trí vậy thì anh sai thôi. Có nổi không? Trong cổ đứng không có nổi đâu. cũng được. 79. 8 được không nhờ? Để có lên 8 được không nhờ? Quái của bia. Thật sự quái cả chu pin. Khó quá, khó cho vị trí của Yuri quá. Được 89 rồi. Counter-terrorist win. Rồi, 89. Round này liệu lên 99 được hay không? Cô đừng ngần ngay quả nét tôi sẽ rồi. Biết ngay, kiểu gì cũng chết rồi, nhìn cái mẹ. Cái đường ấy, tao biết đường rồi. Có tuổi, ôi, gì đây, cái gì? Có tuổi mà, tuổi là có nha. Cái là có. Chịu fake 4 mạng cho được chịu fake mạng số 5 không? Kida không có súng rồi. Mà fake lên Heaven rồi. Cái này là tốt. 9 đẹp. Nữa giảm. Chín đều. Sao mà 9 đều mà trông mặt thất thần các bạn. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh mày gọi là water bằng Kìa. Rồi 9 rồi, ôi chết rồi, vị trí flame giặc mất máu rồi, mất máu rồi, mất mạng luôn rồi. Bị connected luôn rồi. Đó là mình chấp nhận đấy. Cái gì đây? Như thế nhỉ? Sao này lên 10 đều rồi? Trốn đi. Có chất gì? Bỏ Chúa này mẹ nó vô lý thật sự. 10 đều rồi, phải 4 đấu 4 rồi. Kề nấm 12 rồi, 12 tới nơi rồi. Sướng. Có cái địt gì thế này? Kỹ thế nhỉ? Thấy mình chưa đủ khổ đây, chưa đủ khổ. Ủa cái này là chưa đủ khổ. Nhớ rồi. Chưa xong đâu. Mất rồi nữa, chưa xong đâu. của mình. Now or never. Nào kỹ nào, nào mà thắng là ra sau win luôn đấy, thắng là ra sau gần như là win luôn rồi đấy. Để kỹ ra này ra key này, Winter nhá, không được trốn. Bố biết là mình muốn trốn lắm, không được trốn bố mình ra này đâu nhá. Rồi xong vừa mới nói xong đẩy ra cái cặp đi. Kéo ai mượn đẩy luôn, nó không sao, đồng đội vẫn làm được. Đây rồi, chuẩn bị win đi. Win Able. Nhanh quá. Đây nào, đừng để chúng nó vào sai, hâu lại đi, hâu kỹ lại đi, đừng cho chúng nó vào nhá. Cái gì này? Đéo hiểu vô địch rồi, hay quá đi thôi.